Social Justice in Islam by Sayyid Qutb. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Dedication. To the young men whom I once envisioned in the eye of my imagination as a distant hope, only to find them in the reality of life standing firm, striving in the path of God with their wealth and their very souls, believing deep within their hearts that all honour belongs to God, His messenger, and the believers. To these young men, who were once but a dream in my heart, yet have emerged as a living truth greater than my dreams, grander than my aspirations. To these young men who have sprung forth from the unseen, as life emerges from the depths of non-existence, as light bursts forth from the heart of darkness. To these young men who struggle in the name of God, for the cause of God, under the blessing of God, I dedicate this book. Rajab 1373 Hijri, March 1954 AD, Sayyid Qutb. Religion and Society. Between Christianity and Islam. In the world of economics, no individual resorts to borrowing while possessing an abundant reserve. He first examines his resources to determine whether they suffice. Likewise, no nation turns to imports before reviewing its own stores, assessing its raw materials and capabilities. Should not the reserves of the spirit, the intellect, and the heritage of conscience and soul be regarded with the same care as material goods and commodities in human life? Indeed, and yet, in this world that is called the Islamic world, people do not examine their spiritual heritage or intellectual traditions before seeking to import ideologies, policies and laws from across the seas and beyond the plains. They look around and see a social reality that does not please them. They gaze further and find social structures that fail to fulfill their needs. And so they turn their eyes toward Europe, America, Russia, China and Yugoslavia, seeking solutions to their problems just as they import goods for their daily sustenance. Yet, when they import goods, they at least review their existing inventories, evaluate their market resources, and consider their production capacity. But when they import ideologies, legal systems, and social structures, they do none of this. Without hesitation, they cast aside their entire spiritual heritage, their intellectual foundations, and the solutions inherent in their own principles and doctrines. They discard all that could potentially offer them guidance, only to embrace democracy, socialism, or communism, entrusting these borrowed ideologies with the task of solving their social dilemmas, despite the vast differences in circumstances, history and material, intellectual and spiritual conditions between their society and those foreign lands across the seas and beyond the plains. And yet these very people proclaim that their religion is Islam. They claim at times to be its guardians and advocates, but in practice they exclude Islam from their daily affairs, confining it to an isolated spiritual realm where it neither governs life nor directs its course nor addresses its challenges. Religion, they say, is merely a bond between the servant and his sustainer. As for human relationships, social structures, economic policies, governance and financial systems, these, they argue, have nothing to do with religion, nor does religion have any say in them. This is the assertion of those who do not outright reject religion. As for others, they declare, do not speak to us of religion at all. Religion is nothing but an opiate used by capitalists and tyrants to lull the working classes into submission and to anesthetize the oppressed masses. But from where have these people derived these strange notions so alien to the nature of Islam and to its history? They too have imported these ideas, just as they import everything else from across the seas and beyond the plains. For the notion of separating religion from worldly affairs did not arise within the Islamic world. Islam has never known such a division. Nor has it ever been the nature of Islam to serve as a mere sedative, dulling people's awareness of injustice. Yet these individuals parrot these ideas like trained birds, mimicking them like apes, without ever pausing to investigate their origins, their history, or the circumstances that gave birth to them. Let us then examine where these concepts originated and how they came to be. Christianity emerged under the dominion of the Roman Empire at a time when Judaism had become rigid and lifeless, reduced to empty rituals and hollow forms. The Roman Empire had its well-known legal codes, which remain a foundation for modern European law, as well as its own societal structures and governing systems. Given these circumstances, the ecclesiastical form of Christianity shaped by Paul and presented to Europe was not equipped to establish its own legal framework for the well-established Roman state or to provide guiding principles for the complex Roman society. Moreover, the Israelites, to whom Jesus, peace be upon him, was sent, were themselves merely subjects under Roman rule, and the Holy Land was nothing more than a Roman province. Thus, Christianity, by the force of these conditions, turned its focus towards spiritual refinement and inner purification. It concerned itself with this aspect of human life, just as it sought to critique the lifeless rituals and empty formalities of Jewish worship, endeavouring to restore vitality and sincerity to the Jewish conscience. At certain points in its history, Christianity reached remarkable heights of spiritual purity, self-denial, and moral grace. It fulfilled its role in advancing humanity's spiritual consciousness as much as a purely spiritual doctrine, one devoid of a comprehensive legal system, was capable of doing. It uplifted the soul, refined the conscience, curbed base instincts, and directed the heart towards sacred aspirations in the realm of ideals and imagination. However, it left the affairs of society to be governed by the state, which continued to rule through worldly laws, for Christianity was primarily concerned with the inner realm of the self and the conscience. In this, it remained consistent with the ecclesiastical vision of Christianity, with its historical emergence in a particular cultural environment, and with the specific needs of the Israelite community at that time. Yet when Christianity in this form crossed the seas to Europe, it encountered the Romans' heirs of the materialist and pagan Greek civilization. It also found among the various European tribes newly settled peoples, fresh from the throes of barbarism, locked in relentless conflicts over narrow strips of land with harsh and unyielding terrain. In such an environment where survival required constant struggle, where men could never lay down their arms or rest in ease, there was little room for the Christian doctrines of retreat from worldly affairs, preoccupation with the kingdom of heaven, and detachment from the realities of earthly life. The European peoples, faced with relentless strife, quickly concluded that religion was unfit to govern worldly affairs. They declared that religion was merely a private bond between man and God, suitable for contemplation within the church, but irrelevant to the conduct of daily life. They sought solace in its presence within sacred halls, drawing spiritual comfort from its teachings, but turned to their own traditions and customs to navigate the brutal realities of existence. During their era of barbarism, they let the sword render its judgment. After they had attained some degree of civilization, they allowed civil law to take its course. As for religion, it remained confined to its spiritual isolation, residing in the depths of the conscience, within the sacred precincts of the church, and in the confessional chair, never once manifesting as a governing force that could unite the kingdom of earth with the kingdom of heaven. Thus arose that great chasm between religion and worldly life in the history of the Europeans, a division that became an undeniable reality, dictated by the very nature of things. Indeed, Europe was never truly Christian at any point in its history. From the day Christianity entered its lands to the present moment, religion remained isolated from shaping or governing life. Yet the clergy, the priests, the cardinals, and the popes could not have secured their interests or maintained their influence had the Church remained detached from economic, social, and political affairs. It was therefore inevitable that the Church would establish itself as a power parallel to the authority of kings and princes, exploiting its spiritual dominion to wield influence over public life. Thus, there came an era when the Church possessed vast estates, armies and dominions rivaling those of monarchs. And so conflict arose, as it was bound to arise, between ecclesiastical authority and temporal power, between popes and emperors. More often than not, the common people sided with the Church. But eventually, reconciliation was reached, as it too was inevitable between these two forces, as their interest converged in subjugating the masses and exploiting the common folk. For in reality, their struggle had always been over temporal authority, not over spiritual truth. And so it was said that religion had been reduced to a mere instrument for subjugating the multitudes to the will of despots and clerics alike, for this is how it had come to be in Europe. The Church thus remained a sacred authority that held sway over people's lives, both in this world and in the hereafter. It continued to sell indulgences and issue decrees of excommunication, exercising dominion over both the minds and hearts of men. Behind it stood the Inquisition, striking down all who dared to raise their heads, burning and executing anyone accused of heresy or deviation. Then came the Age of Enlightenment, and the Church found itself threatened by the awakening of minds and the stirrings of consciousness after the long dark centuries. It was not easy for it to relinquish its power in the face of the rising tide of free thought and the burgeoning progress of science. It struggled fiercely to silence bold voices and suppress liberated minds, those minds that had broken free from jahiliyyah and superstition, rejecting outdated dogmas and antiquated theories. Thus, from that moment onward, a bitter enmity arose between the Church and intellectual freedom. And since the Church was not content with claiming dominion over the kingdom of heaven alone, nor satisfied with control over the afterlife, it inevitably found itself in direct conflict with the sciences of the earth, the heavens, and material existence. The rigid doctrines it had imposed based on incomplete human knowledge, devoid of any true connection to divine revelation, stood in contrast to the empirical discoveries of science. As a result, generations of scholars and thinkers emerged who harboured a deep resentment toward the Church, despised it, and held nothing but hostility and aversion toward religion and its clergy. Thus was born the great rift between religion and science, between the Church and free thought in the history of the Europeans. Life, however, moved forward along its course. Modern science bore its fruits, and from it emerged the era of large-scale industrial production. Capital grew immensely, and the economic sphere became divided into two opposing camps: the camp of the capitalists and the camp of the workers. The gulf between their interests widened, and real power gradually shifted from the hands of the state to the hands of capitalists. The Church, finding itself compelled to align with the true centres of power, inevitably sided with the camp of capital. Yet I do not wish to cast indiscriminate blame upon all members of the European clergy. Undoubtedly, there were opportunists among them who recognized the source of power and aligned themselves accordingly, using religion as an opiate for the working classes, dissuading them from rebellion, deterring them from seeking justice in this world, and promising them recompense in the next. But there must also have been among them those who were sincere in their convictions, who genuinely believed in such doctrines according to their understanding of Christianity as shaped by the Church. For Christianity, in its essence, is a creed of asceticism, a doctrine of renouncing the visible world, a longing for the kingdom of God and the celestial realm. It is a complete separation between the dominion of the earth and the dominion of heaven. In any case, the struggling working classes, seeking to assert their rights, found that religion did not nourish their desire for resistance, that the Church had transformed it into an opiate for the toiling masses. Thus they declared their total revolution against religion, proclaiming it to be the opium of the masses. Whether the proponents of materialist ideology were sincere in their stance against the Church or not, the truth remains that the Church never stood on the side of the oppressed. Thus was born the overt, unambiguous enmity between communism and religion. But what of us? We who call ourselves Muslims, who bear the names of Muslims, what has come over us that we should be caught in this same predicament, when our historical circumstances, the nature of Islam and its entire framework bear no resemblance to any of this? Islam arose in a land unburdened by the dominion of an empire or the rule of a king. It emerged in a tribal Bedouin society that had neither established institutions nor rigid legal systems akin to those of the Roman Empire. This, in fact, was the most suitable setting for the birth of this religion, allowing it to shape society according to its own vision, unimpeded by entrenched structures. It was thus able to formulate its own laws and systems while simultaneously nurturing the conscience and spirit of its followers. It governed both their worldly affairs and their spiritual lives, uniting the concerns of this world with the concerns of the hereafter in a single harmonious order. Indeed, Islam was founded upon the principle of unifying the realm of earth with the realm of heaven within a single cohesive system, one that finds its locus both in the soul of the individual and in the collective reality of society. Within this system, practical activity is never divorced from moral conscience, nor is its essence ever fragmented, even if its manifestations and pathways may vary. Islam, whose primary mission was to establish a new and complete vision for human existence, could never have been confined within the recesses of the human conscience, detached from the practical realities of life. Nor, given the circumstances of its historical emergence, was it ever forced to limit its scope for fear of imperial authority or political dominion. From its very inception, it stood independent and sovereign, even in the face of opposition from the pre-Islamic Arab order. And though that order resisted Islam, it did so without possessing deeply entrenched social systems or firmly established institutions, unlike the rigid societal structures that Christianity encountered in its early days. Thus, Islam's domain was all-encompassing. The totality of human existence, both its spiritual and material dimensions, both its religious and worldly spheres. It arose in the most fitting environment, allowing it to fully exercise its nature and manifest its reality in tangible form from the very first moment of its revelation. God knows best where to place his message. It was part of God's decree that this religion, destined to endure until the end of time, should be implemented in its entirety from its very inception, without impediment, so that a clear and unblemished model would remain for all generations to come. This faith can never remain in isolation from society. Its followers cannot truly be Muslims if they do not govern their social, legal and economic systems by its principles. Nor can their society ever be truly Islamic if the rulings of Islam are not upheld in its governance. We must not forget, however, that communism, like Freemasonry, is a Jewish construct, and that one of the fundamental pillars of the Jewish agenda for dominating the non-Jewish world is the eradication of religion and its removal from the very essence of life. Thus, the laws of Islam are cast aside from their legal codes and social structures, leaving them with nothing of Islam but its rituals and acts of worship. Yet Islam, in its essence, is the exclusive servitude to God alone, recognizing none but Him in the attributes of divinity, foremost among them being sovereignty, hakimiyya, as we shall expound later. But no, by your sustainer they will not attain to true faith until they make you the judge in all matters of dispute between them, and find in their hearts no resistance against your decisions, but rather submit themselves in full submission. And whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he forbids you, abstain from it. And those who do not judge by what God has revealed, it is they who are the disbelievers. What renders this path inevitable is the fact that this religion is an indivisible whole, its acts of devotion and its social transactions, its laws and its guidance. The devotional observances in Islam are not isolated from its legal and societal systems, neither in their nature nor in their objectives. Prayer, one of the most intimate acts of worship, embodies the collective turning of both the individual and the community toward one Almighty God, before whom all foreheads bow, and toward one unwavering Qibla, from which there is neither deviation nor discord. It signifies equality before the sole judge of all, under whom all are but his servants, standing before him as equals. Likewise, the testimony of faith, La ilaha illa Allah, there is no God but God, which constitutes the very first pillar of belief in this religion, is not merely a doctrinal assertion, but an all-encompassing methodology for life. It establishes absolute liberation, both spiritually and practically, from all forms of servitude to anything other than God. And this liberation is the essential step toward the realization of a just and noble society where all stand as equals. Thus, no earnest seeker of truth can doubt that the concept of society is deeply embedded in both the rituals and the legal framework of this religion. It is, in fact, the primary and most pronounced theme that permeates its entire structure. If in certain historical periods there were attempts to exaggerate the devotional aspect of Islam while detaching it from its social dimension or vice versa, then such distortions are the afflictions of those times, not of the religion itself. What we say about Islam here is not some novel interpretation or an innovated understanding. Rather, it is the very Islam that declared its own vision plainly, the Islam as understood by its first bearer, Muhammad. Peace and blessings be upon him, and as comprehended by his faithful companions who were closest to its pure and original source. For indeed it has been revealed in the Quran, O you who have attained to faith, when the call to prayer is proclaimed on the day of congregation, hasten to the remembrance of God and leave all worldly commerce aside. This is for your own good, if you but knew. Thus, devotion in Islam encompasses both the rituals and the laws, the inner worship of the heart, and the outward movement of human activity in all its forms. Yet in the terminology of Islamic jurisprudence, the term ibadat, acts of worship, came to be associated specifically with devotional practices, while muamalat, transactions, became the designation for legal and societal rulings. Nevertheless, Islam remains an indivisible unity. See the chapter on comprehensiveness in the book, The Characteristics of the Islamic Concept and its Fundamentals. After prayer, the Quran commands, then disperse upon the earth and seek of God's bounty. And we all know how little time is actually required for the prescribed prayers each day, while the rest of the day belongs to striving and labour. The time of prayer is but a fraction of one's daily existence, whereas the remainder of the day and night is given to life's pursuits. In another verse, the Quran declares, and we have made the night a covering, and we have made the day for livelihood. For indeed the dominant feature of the daytime is livelihood, not merely devotional acts. Yet Islam does not regard worship as confined solely to the observance of rituals. Rather, it considers all of life in its entirety as an act of worship so long as it is lived in submission to the divine law and directed toward the pleasure of God. Thus, every social service and every righteous endeavour is deemed an act of worship. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, the one who strives for the widow and the poor is like the one who fights in the path of God, or like one who prays at night and fasts during the day. The following two incidents illustrate in the most decisive manner the true spirit of Islam, as understood by its bearer, the Messenger of God. Anas ibn Malik, may God be pleased with him, narrated, we were travelling with the Prophet, and some among us were fasting while others were not. On a scorching day, we stopped to rest. The best shade was with the one who had a cloak, while some among us shielded themselves from the sun with their hands. The fasting ones became exhausted, while those who were not fasting set up the tents and watered the animals. Seeing this, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, today the non-fasters have taken all the reward. And Anas also narrated, 3 men came to the houses of the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, asking about his manner of worship. When they were informed, they deemed it insufficient and said, where are we in comparison to the Messenger of God when his past and future sins have already been forgiven? One of them said, as for me, I shall pray throughout the night, never sleeping. Another said, I shall fast every day without break. And the third said, I shall renounce women and never marry. Then the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, came to them and said, are you the ones who said such things? By God, I am the most God-fearing among you and the most conscious of him. Yet I fast and I break my fast, I pray and I rest and I marry women. So whoever turns away from my way is not of me. This was not, on the part of Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, an act of belittling fasting or prayer. Rather, it was the profound recognition of the true spirit of this religion, a religion that engages with life even as it fortifies faith, a religion that blends creed with existence, refusing to lock belief away in the secluded chambers of the soul. This very understanding was embodied by Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, when he once saw a man feigning excessive piety and self-abasement. Striking him with his staff, he rebuked him, "Do not bring death upon our religion, may God cause you to perish." Or when a witness came before him in court, claiming to testify on behalf of another, Umar asked him, "Do you live as his closest neighbour, knowing his comings and goings?" The man replied, "No." "Have you travelled with him? For travel reveals a man's character." "No." "Have you engaged with him in financial dealings, by which a man's piety is tested?" "No." Umar then said, "Then I suspect that all you have seen of him is his presence in the mosque, lowering and raising his head in prayer." The man replied, "Yes." Umar then dismissed him. "Go! You do not know him." And turning to the accused, he commanded, "Bring me someone who truly knows you." Thus, this word from Umar, may God be pleased with him, is akin to that from his prophet Muhammad, God's blessings, and peace be upon him, an expression of a true and profound understanding of this religion, its vision for humanity, its moral conduct, and its creed, which resides deep within the conscience, manifesting itself in deeds visible to all. But seek, with what God has granted you, the abode of the hereafter, and do not forget your share of this world. And were it not for God's repelling some people through others, monasteries, churches, synagogues and mosques, wherein God's name is much invoked, would surely have been destroyed. And fight in the way of God those who fight you, but do not transgress. Indeed, God does not love the transgressors. Righteousness is not that you turn your faces towards the east or the west, but true righteousness is in one who believes in God, the last day, the angels, the book, and the prophets, and gives wealth despite loving it to relatives, orphans, the needy, the traveller, those who ask and for freeing slaves, and who establishes prayer and gives alms, and those who fulfill their pledge when they commit to it, and those who are patient in hardship, adversity, and moments of peril. These are the ones who are true, and these are the ones who are God-conscious. Whoever among you sees an evil, let him change it. This, then, is the very essence of Islam in both action and belief. There is no separation, therefore, between religion and worldly life, nor between faith and society, as was the case in Christianity, which was shaped and reshaped by the decrees of ecclesiastical councils. Islam knows no priesthood, nor does it recognize any intermediary between the Creator and his creation. Every Muslim, whether in the farthest corners of the earth or on the high seas, can reach out to his sustainer directly, without the need for a priest or cleric. And the Muslim ruler does not derive his authority from any notion of divine right, nor from any claim to mediation between God and humankind. Rather, he draws his mandate directly from the Muslim community. His authority is bound by his adherence to the divine law, which all believers have an equal right to understand and implement, provided they possess the requisite knowledge. All are equally subject to it. In Islam, there are no men of religion, in the sense understood in other faith traditions, where acts of worship cannot be performed without the presence of a cleric. Instead, Islam has scholars of religion, but no scholar possesses any exclusive authority over the believers. And no ruler holds dominion over them except in the execution of divine law, a law that he does not invent, but rather one that God has ordained for all. As for the hereafter, all shall return to God, and every one of them will come to him on the day of resurrection alone. Thus, there is no conflict between religious scholars and rulers over the souls and wealth of the people. There are no competing material or spiritual interests for them to dispute. There is no division between spiritual authority and temporal power in Islam. Thus, there is no ground for conflict, as was the case between emperors and popes. Islam does not stand in opposition to knowledge, nor does it oppose scholars. Rather, it elevates knowledge that leads to an awareness of God, and all true knowledge inevitably leads to this awareness to the status of a sacred duty, an act of devotion. Seeking knowledge is an obligation upon every Muslim. Whoever treads a path in pursuit of knowledge, God will ease for him a path to paradise. Never has Islamic history witnessed the systematic persecution of intellectuals or scholars akin to the infamous Inquisitions. The rare instances where individuals suffered for their ideas were anomalies in the history of the Muslim world. More often than not, these cases were entangled with political struggles and factional rivalries, and they were never a defining feature of Islamic civilization. When such injustices occurred, they were carried out by individuals whom Islam itself repudiates as unworthy of representing its true spirit. This is only natural in a faith that does not rest upon miracles and supernatural phenomena, but rather upon reflection and contemplation, upon pondering the signs of God in the horizons and within one's own soul. Indeed, in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the alternation of night and day, and the ships that sail through the sea, carrying that which benefits humanity, and the water that God sends down from the sky, reviving thereby the earth after its death, and dispersing within it all kinds of creatures, and in the changing of the winds, and the clouds held between the sky and the earth, are signs for those who reason. He brings forth the living from the dead, and he brings forth the dead from the living, and thus shall you be brought forth. And of his signs is that he created you from dust, then suddenly you became human beings, spreading far and wide. And of his signs is that he created for you mates from among yourselves, that you may find tranquility in them. And he placed between you love and mercy. Indeed, in this are signs for those who reflect. And of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your languages and your colours. Indeed, in this are signs for those who possess knowledge. And of his signs is your sleep by night and day, and your seeking of his bounty. Indeed, in this are signs for those who listen. And of his signs is that he shows you the lightning, causing fear and hope, and he sends down water from the sky, reviving thereby the earth after its death. Indeed, in this are signs for those who understand. It is only natural, therefore, that Islam links piety to knowledge, making knowledge the pathway to God consciousness. Only those who possess knowledge among his servants fear God, and it raises the status of scholars above the ignorant. Say, are those who know equal to those who do not know? The superiority of a scholar over a mere worshipper is like the superiority of the full moon over the stars. Thus, there is no discord between religion and true knowledge that leads to an awareness of God through his signs in the universe and within ourselves. No such discord exists within the nature of Islam itself, nor in its history, as was the case with the conflict between the Church and the scholars of the Renaissance and beyond. As for religious figures aligning themselves with rulers and the wealthy, using religion to pacify the labourers and the deprived, yes, such instances did occur at certain points in Islamic history. But the true spirit of Islam condemns such behaviour, and religion itself warns of severe punishment for those who sell God's revelations for a paltry price. History has not only recorded the deeds of such individuals, but also preserved the legacies of scholars who feared no ruler and spoke truth to power those who stood against oppression, who defended the rights of the poor and the cause of God, who encouraged the oppressed to demand justice, and who suffered exile and persecution as a result. Thus there is no justification for separating Islam from society, neither in its inherent nature nor in its historical circumstances, as was the case with Christianity in Europe, where religion was severed from worldly affairs. We must also distinguish between the term men of religion and the term scholars of religion. In some periods, rulers have attempted to establish religious institutions, seeking to manipulate them into distorting divine teachings to justify their actions and uphold their power. These institutions resemble the clerical hierarchy of the Church, but they have no place in Islam. Islam was never meant to be confined to the purification of the soul alone, leaving worldly affairs to be governed by man-made laws. Rather, it is a unified, complete way of life, a harmony between the sacred and the worldly, between knowledge and faith, between justice and governance. There exists no genuine reason for hostility between Islam and the pursuit of social justice within the framework of the Islamic methodology and the Sharia, such as that which characterized the enmity between Christianity and communism. For Islam enjoins the principles of social justice, guarantees the rights of the poor in the wealth of the affluent, and lays down a just policy regarding governance and economic affairs. It has no need to numb the sentiments of the people or to dissuade them from claiming their rights in this world while promising them recompense in the hereafter. On the contrary, it sternly warns those who relinquish their rightful claims under any form of coercion of dire punishment in the life to come, considering them as wrongdoers against their own souls. Indeed, those whom the angels take in death while they are wronging themselves, they, the angels, will ask, "In what state were you?" They will reply, "We were weak and oppressed in the land." The angels will say, "Was not the earth of God vast enough for you to emigrate therein? For such their abode shall be hell, what an evil destination." 497. And Islam further urges them to wage struggle for their rights and declares that whoever is slain while defending his due is a martyr. Thus, if Europe was compelled to relegate religion to the private sphere of life, we are under no such compulsion to follow in its footsteps. And if communism found itself in conflict with religion in its quest, whether real or imagined, for securing the rights of the working classes, we find no such necessity to oppose religion in our pursuit of justice. Yet there are some among them those who claim to be Muslims, and bear the names of Muslims, who ask, who can guarantee that this system established by Islam in a particular historical epoch still possesses the inherent dynamism and regenerative capacity required to make it applicable in other historical periods, whose conditions may differ, whether slightly or greatly, from those of the time in which Islam first emerged. This entire book, in its entirety, stands as a response to such a question. But in brief, we say, Islam being the ordinance of the creator of this universe, the originator of its laws, and the knower of all that transpires within it, was fully aware of the course of historical evolution and the social, economic, and intellectual transformations that would arise therefrom. It is for this reason that Islam laid down immutable principles, overarching foundations, and comprehensive regulations that encompass the entire range of human experience, and it left the specific applications to be shaped by the exigencies of time within the bounds of its fundamental tenets and universal guidelines. Wherever Islam provided detailed prescriptions, it did so only in matters whose rationale remains constant across all ages, where its rulings serve their purpose in every setting, and where divine wisdom decreed their permanence as essential safeguards for the values that God desires to be upheld in human life. Thus, through this balance of universality and adaptability, Islam ensured the perpetual relevance and dynamism of its legal and ethical framework. The scholars of this religion exerted immense and commendable efforts in applying its principles through interpretation, analogy, and elaboration, thereby enabling Islamic jurisprudence to address the evolving needs of society during a time when it was still governed by the Sharia. However, this intellectual endeavour came to a standstill when Muslim society itself abandoned the Sharia, ever since colonialism, driven by the crusading spirit, overran the lands of Islam. The solution to this crisis, however, was never to seclude our comprehensive religion within the confines of mere ritual devotion, while turning instead to French legislation for our legal codes, to Western political theories for our system of governance, or to materialist doctrines for our social structures, before even exhausting the potential of the Sharia in responding to the demands of modern society. For the organic growth of any system within its native environment renders it inherently more suitable for that environment at the very least, than any foreign system imposed by force, alien to its nature, and lacking the organic development that would make it a natural fit. Beyond all this, there is the fundamental imperative of our claim to Islam itself, a claim that cannot be upheld except through the exclusive servitude to God's sovereignty alone. And this servitude cannot manifest in any form other than governance by his revealed law. Yet, it is ignorance of the true nature of this religion, of the realities of human societies, and of the principles governing life itself, coupled with intellectual and psychological lethargy, that prevents a critical reassessment of our inherited legacy. It is this same ignorance that leads to the absurd imitation of Western or Eastern trends in separating religion from worldly affairs, an imitation that springs not from any inherent necessity in our case, but merely from the historical peculiarities of their own religious experiences, where religion and science, faith and state stood in stark opposition. Such contradictions, however, never existed in the history of Islam. Islam, a framework for a renewing society. This is not to say that we advocate the rigid preservation of a specific historical model for society. Islam provides a methodology and a framework from which ever-renewing forms of social organization can emerge, forms that are at once dynamic and firmly rooted in its immutable principles. At the very least, we call for a return to our rich intellectual heritage, to a thorough understanding of its foundational precepts, before hastening to adopt superficial imitations devoid of historical continuity in our civilization, imitations that erode our identity and reduce us to a mere appendage of the global caravan of nations. For our religion calls upon us to be ever at the forefront. You are the best community brought forth for mankind. You enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong, and you believe in God. 3:110. Thus have we made you a community of the middle way, so that you may bear witness over mankind, and that the messenger may bear witness over you. 2:143. And what do these people know? Do they not see that we possess something to offer this weary, afflicted world, this world whose soulless material civilization has driven it to 2 world wars within a mere quarter century, and which now staggers blindly toward a third, one that threatens to bring about the ruin of all civilization? The nature of social justice in Islam. One cannot truly grasp the essence of social justice in Islam without first understanding Islam's comprehensive vision of divinity, the universe, life and humanity. For social justice is but a branch of that great root to which all the teachings of Islam ultimately return. Islam, in its endeavor to regulate human life in its entirety, does not approach its various aspects arbitrarily, nor does it deal with them in isolated fragments. Rather, it presents a complete and integrated worldview regarding divinity, the universe, life and humankind, one to which all its principles and details are referred. It is from this all-encompassing vision that Islam derives its doctrines, its laws, its boundaries, its acts of worship, and its social transactions. There is no need for it to improvise solutions for each individual case, nor does it address every problem in isolation from the rest. A proper understanding of this holistic Islamic worldview greatly facilitates the study of its foundations and principles, allows for a seamless integration of particulars into universals, and enables the researcher to follow with both joy and depth the intricate and interwoven pathways of its thought. It becomes evident that its components are interdependent, forming an indivisible whole, and that it can yield its full benefit only when approached in its entirety. Thus, the true path for anyone seeking to comprehend Islam is to first discern its overarching vision of divinity, the universe, life and humanity, before delving into its rulings on governance, wealth, or the relationships between nations and individuals. For all these are but branches emerging from that fundamental vision, and they cannot be understood correctly without reference to it. The source of the Islamic worldview. The correct Islamic worldview is not to be sought in the philosophies of Ibn Sina, Ibn Rushd, Al-Farabi, and they are like those who are often labelled as Islamic philosophers. For their philosophies are but echoes of Greek thought, foreign in spirit to the essence of Islam. Islam, however, possesses its own authentic and complete vision, which must be sought in its true sources, the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet, his words, his deeds, and his practical example. These sources alone suffice for any earnest seeker to comprehend the Islamic worldview in its entirety, from which all its teachings, laws, and social dealings emanate. Islam has addressed the nature of the relationship between the Creator and creation, between the universe, life and humanity, between man and his own self, between the individual and society, between the individual and the state, between different human communities, and between one generation and the next. All of these relationships are woven into a single, comprehensive vision whose threads run through every aspect and detail of its teachings. A detailed exposition of this worldview is beyond the scope of this book, for it is the subject of an extensive study entitled The Characteristics and Fundamentals of the Islamic Worldview. Here, I shall merely outline some general themes as a prelude to our discussion on social justice in Islam. The nature of the Islamic conception. A detailed discussion of this conception does not fall within the scope of this book. Rather, it is the subject of a separate and extensive study entitled The Characteristics and Fundamentals of the Islamic Conception. Here, however, I shall merely touch upon some general themes as a prelude to our discussion on social justice in Islam. For long ages, humanity remained unable to establish a comprehensive conception of the Creator and creation, of the universe, life and humankind. Each time a messenger came from God with a glimpse of this truth, only a few embraced it, while the majority turned away. And soon enough, even those who had once accepted it relapsed into distorted and misguided perceptions. Then came Islam, bringing forth the most perfect conception and the most comprehensive law inseparably linked together. Upon this foundation, Islam established a practical system of life wherein both the conception and the law manifested in tangible reality an embodiment of divine guidance translated into the human experience. The direct will of the Creator. As for the relationship between the Creator and creation, the universe, life and humankind, it is one of direct and immediate will. Indeed, his command, when he wills a thing, is only that he says to it, "Be," and it is. Quran 36:82. There exists no intermediary between the creation and the Creator, neither force nor matter. All things come into existence by his absolute will, and it is by his absolute will that they are preserved, governed, and directed. He arranges each matter. He details the signs. Quran 13:2. He holds the sky so that it does not fall upon the earth except by his permission. Quran 22:65. The sun cannot overtake the moon, nor can the night outstrip the day. Each is floating in its orbit. Quran 36:40. Blessed is he in whose hand is dominion, and he is over all things competent. Quran 67:1. The unity and harmony of creation. This universe, brought into existence by his absolute will, is a unified and integrated whole. Every part of it is interconnected with every other part, and each created thing has a purpose that aligns with the overall harmony of existence. He has created everything and determined its measure. Quran 25:2. Indeed, we created everything in due proportion. Quran 54:49. The one who created 7 heavens in harmony. You do not see in the creation of the Most Merciful any discrepancy. So look again, do you see any flaw? Then look again and again, your vision will return to you humbled and weary. Quran 67:3-4. This universe is not a chaotic battleground of opposing forces. Rather, it is a meticulously designed system in which all parts work in concert. The earth has been made stable and fertile, and we placed firm mountains upon it, and we blessed it, and we determined therein its sustenance. Quran 41:10. It is God who sends the winds, so they raise clouds, and he spreads them in the sky as he wills and makes them into fragments, so you see the rain emerge from within them. Quran 30:48. Every entity in existence plays its role within this grand design. The will that brought creation into being also maintains it in perfect order, ensuring that every created thing serves a purpose within the greater scheme of existence. Since the universe is a harmonious whole, created and sustained by a single absolute will, it is inherently suitable for life in general and for human life in particular. The universe is not hostile to life, nor is it an adversary to humankind. The natural world, contrary to the notions of modern materialist thought, is not an enemy to be fought and subdued, but rather a friend created by God, whose directions and movements are in harmony with human existence. The human being does not live in a hostile wilderness, but in a world designed with wisdom and care. The earth has been made stable for him, and he cast firmly set mountains upon the earth, lest it should shake with you. Quran 16:15. And the earth he laid it out for all beings. Quran 55:10. It is he who made the earth tame for you, so walk among its slopes and eat of his provision. Quran 67:15. Even the heavens with their stars and celestial bodies are part of this coherent, benevolent order, and we adorn the nearest heaven with lamps and as protection. Quran 41:12. Have we not made the earth a cradle of repose, and the mountains as pegs, firm and steadfast? And we have created you in pairs, and ordained your slumber as a balm of rest. And we have made the night a mantle to enfold you, and the day a time for seeking sustenance. And above you we have reared 7 mighty firmaments, and we have set therein a radiant blazing lamp. And we send down from the rain-laden clouds water in abundance, that we may bring forth thereby grain and verdure, and gardens luxuriant with intertwining growth. Quran 78:6-16. Thus, Islamic doctrine affirms that God, the sustainer of mankind, has created all these forces to be a friend, a helper and a companion to man. The path to securing this friendship lies in contemplating these forces, understanding them and cooperating with them. And if at times these forces seem to cause him harm, it is only because he has failed to comprehend them and has not discerned the divine laws that govern their movement. God, the Creator, does not leave the living beings and humanity in this friendly universe without direct care and continuous guidance. Rather, his will is ever connected to the universe as a whole and to each of its creatures individually. As he has said, "Indeed, God holds the heavens and the earth lest they should cease to exist, and if they were to cease, none could hold them in place after him." Quran 35:41. And there is no creature on earth but that its sustenance is upon God, and he knows its dwelling and its place of storage. Quran 11:6. Indeed, we created man, and we know what his soul whispers to him, and we are closer to him than his jugular vein. Quran 50:16. And your sustainer has said, "Call upon me, and I shall respond to you." Quran 40:60. And do not kill your children for fear of poverty. We provide for you and for them. Quran 6:151. And because this unified existence originates from a single divine will, and because mankind is an integral part of the universe harmonizing with its other components, and because human beings are but interconnected cells in the grand organism of creation, it follows that they too must live in cooperation and harmony with one another. Thus Islam envisions humanity as a single entity. It may diverge in its paths, but only to ultimately converge. It may differ, but only to reconcile. It may spread into various directions, but only to return in mutual cooperation, so that it may become fit to exist in harmony with the unified order of existence. O mankind, indeed we have created you from a male and a female, and made you into nations and tribes, so that you may come to know one another. Quran 49:13. The system of human life cannot find its balance unless this cooperation and harmony are established in accordance with God's guidance and law. Ensuring this harmony is a duty for the benefit of all humanity, to the extent that the use of force is permitted to bring back those who deviate from this path. Indeed, the recompense for those who wage war against God and his messenger and strive to spread corruption in the land is that they be killed or crucified or have their hands and feet cut off on opposite sides or be exiled from the land. Quran 5:33. And if two groups of believers fight each other, then make peace between them, But if one of them transgresses against the other, then fight against the transgressing party until it returns to the command of God. And if it does return, then make peace between them with justice and act equitably. Quran 49:9. And were it not that God repels some people by means of others, the earth would have been corrupted. Quran 2:251. Thus, the fundamental principle is mutual cooperation, acquaintance, and harmony within the bounds of God's guidance and law. And whoever strays from this principle must be brought back to it by all means necessary, for the divine order of the universe is more worthy of adherence than the whims of individuals and groups. This solidarity among all creation aligns with the purpose of the singular universe and the will of its one Creator, exalted be He. Now, if we turn our gaze toward man both as a species and as an individual, we find that he is a complete and integrated entity. His various faculties, though outwardly diverse, are in truth united in their purpose, just as the entire universe, with all its manifold forces, is ultimately governed by a single cohesive order. For long ages, humanity was unable to grasp a comprehensive vision of the universal forces. It remained entrapped in the illusion that the spiritual and the material were separate and opposing realms, denying one in order to assert the other, or acknowledging both but seeing them as fundamentally at odds, locked in an irreconcilable struggle. Philosophies and doctrines were fashioned on the premise that there exists an inherent conflict between these realms, that the dominance of one necessitates the diminishment of the other, and that no equilibrium could be attained but through the suppression of one aspect of existence in favor of the other. Christianity, as formulated by the Church and its councils, stands as one of the most prominent examples of this notion of conflict within man. In this, it bears a certain resemblance to Hinduism and to some extent to Buddhism, despite the differences among them. The salvation of the soul, according to such doctrines, is contingent upon the suppression, mortification, or even annihilation of the body, or at the very least upon neglecting and abstaining from its desires. This fundamental premise of altered Christianity and similar spiritual traditions has led to numerous implications regarding life's pleasures, individual and collective conduct, and the understanding of man and his inner faculties. Thus, the struggle between these opposing forces persisted, leaving man torn between them, wandering in confusion, unable to find firm ground until Islam emerged. And with it came a vision of perfect harmony, free from distortion and imbalance, devoid of contradiction and strife. Islam came to unify all forces and potentials, to blend aspirations and inclinations, to harmonize all tendencies, and to recognize them as an integrated whole in the fabric of existence, life, and humanity. It came to unite the heavens and the earth within the order of the universe, to reconcile this world and the hereafter within the order of faith, to merge the soul and the body within the order of human nature, and to integrate worship and labor within the order of life, binding them all upon a single path, the path to God, and it subjected them all to a single authority, the authority of God. For the universe is a unified entity, composed of both the manifest and the unseen. Life is a singular reality woven from both material and spiritual energies that can never be severed without resulting in imbalance and disarray. And man himself is a unified being, possessing both aspirations that soar toward the heavens and inclinations that cling to the earth, neither of which can be divorced from the other. For just as the heavens and the earth are interconnected, so too is the spiritual and the material within man. There is no separation between this world and the next, nor between conduct and devotion, nor between faith and law in the essence of this religion. Behind all of this, There reigns the eternal and everlasting power without beginning that can be known, and without end that can be described, governing the universe, life and mankind alike, the power of God. And yet the transient human being possesses the ability to connect with this eternal power, to be guided by it in life, to draw strength from it in times of hardship. He can commune with it in prayer, with his gaze turned heavenward, just as he can be in its presence while he toils upon the earth, immersed in his livelihood and daily endeavours. Man can work for the hereafter while fasting, denying his body all its desires, and he can work for the hereafter while breaking his fast, enjoying all the wholesome delights of life so long as, in either case, his heart remains turned toward God. Thus this worldly life, with all its prayers and labour, its pleasures and abstentions, is itself the path to the hereafter, with its paradise and hellfire, its punishment and divine pleasure. It is the unity of all elements of existence and all forces of life, the unity of man within himself, between his reality and his vision. It is the unity that establishes an eternal peace between the universe and life, between life and the living, between the community and the individual, between the soul's aspirations and the body's inclinations. In the end, it is the unity between this world and religion, between earth and heaven. Yet this peace is not forged at the expense of the body, nor at the expense of the soul. Rather, it grants both the freedom to fulfill their respective functions, harmonizing their activity and directing it toward goodness, growth, and righteousness. It is not established at the expense of the individual or the community, nor in favour of one group over another, nor for the benefit of one generation at the cost of another. For each has its rights, and each has its duties according to the laws of justice and equality. The individual, the community, the group, the nation, and all generations are governed by a single unifying law, with a single unifying purpose, that the activity of both the individual and the collective may unfold without conflict, so that generations may labour together in building and nurturing life, directing it toward the Creator of life. Islam is the religion of unity among all cosmic forces, and thus it is the religion of Tawheed, the oneness of God, the unification of all divine revelations under the banner of his eternal faith, and the unity of the messengers in calling humanity to this one true religion since the dawn of existence. Indeed, this community of yours is one single community, and I am your sustainer, so worship me. Or Quran 21:92. Islam is the religion of unity between worship and worldly dealings, between creed and law, between the spiritual and the material, between economic values and moral ideals, between this world and the hereafter, between earth and heaven. From this grand unity spring forth its laws and obligations, its guidance and boundaries, its principles governing governance and wealth, its regulations concerning the distribution of gains and burdens, and its framework for rights and responsibilities. Within this fundamental principle lie all its details and applications. When we grasp this all-encompassing vision of Islam, its perspective on God, the universe, life, and humanity, only then do we begin to comprehend the foundational lines of social justice in Islam. Above all, it is a justice that is universal, embracing all aspects of human existence and its essential elements. It is not merely an economic justice confined to financial affairs. Rather, it encompasses all dimensions of life and the full spectrum of human activity, including emotions, behaviour, conscience, and sentiment. The values upheld by this justice are not merely economic, nor are they purely material. Instead, they are an intricate fusion of material and spiritual values, woven together in a harmonious whole. When the altered Christianity of church councils views man solely through the lens of his spiritual aspirations, seeking to suppress his earthly inclinations in order to release his soul's yearning. When communism views man solely through the prism of his material needs, reducing humanity and indeed the entire universe to a mere interplay of material forces. Islam, by contrast, perceives man as an indivisible whole, where spiritual aspirations are not severed from physical desires, and moral needs are not detached from material necessities. Islam gazes upon the universe and life with this comprehensive vision, a vision unmarred by fragmentation or contradiction. Herein lies the great divergence between Islam, Christianity, and communism. A divergence rooted in the fact that Islam is a pure creation of God, Christianity has been altered by human hands, and communism is entirely a fabrication of human illusion. Moreover, life, in the perspective of Islam, is a realm of compassion, affection, cooperation, and solidarity, structured upon clear foundations and defined systems, governing relationships among Muslims in particular, and among all of humanity in general. Christianity, too, perceives life in terms of love and compassion, yet it lacks a precise legislated framework to ground these ideals in tangible reality. Communism, on the other hand, sees life as a perpetual struggle of class warfare, where one class must inevitably triumph over another to realize its utopian dream. Thus, Christianity remains a vision hovering in the realm of abstract ideals, promising mankind a celestial kingdom in the hereafter. Islam, however, is the eternal dream of humanity manifested in a living reality upon the earth, whereas communism is but the transient resentment of one generation against another, a momentary flare of human bitterness. Upon these two great pillars, absolute harmonious unity and mutual solidarity between individuals and communities, Islam advances toward the realization of social justice, all the while respecting the fundamental nature of humanity, without disregarding the potential of human effort. The Quran speaks of man. Indeed, he is intensely passionate in his love of wealth. Quran 108. A love for wealth, rooted in his very essence, a love for all that enhances and enriches his existence. And it describes man as inherently prone to miserliness, and souls are ever gripped by greed. Quran 4, 128. Greed is ever present within him, an unyielding force. And in a strikingly vivid portrayal of this human disposition, the Quran declares, "Say, if you possessed the treasure houses of my sustainers' mercy, you would surely withhold them, fearing that they might be exhausted, for man is ever miserly." Quran 17:100. Even as God's mercy encompasses all things, man's miserliness, left unchecked, would still dictate his actions. Thus, when Islam lays down its laws, admonitions, and guidance, it does not ignore this innate self-interest, nor does it forget this deep-seated inclination toward hoarding. Instead, it addresses selfishness and miserliness through moral instruction and legal provisions. Islam does not burden man beyond his capacity, yet it also does not neglect the needs of society, the interests of the collective, and the higher purposes of life, both for the individual and for humanity through the ages. If it is an injustice, contrary to social equity, that the ambitions and appetites of the individual should overwhelm the well-being of the community, then it is equally an injustice for the community to suppress the natural inclinations and potential of the individual. This is not merely an injustice to the individual himself, but to society as a whole. To stifle the individual's creativity by crushing his aspirations does not merely deprive him of his rightful share in life, it also deprives society of the full benefit of his talents and energies. When a system ensures that society receives its due share of an individual's effort and talent, while also setting boundaries to curb unchecked personal ambition, it must not, in turn, neglect the individual's right to freely pursue his endeavours within limits that neither harm the community, nor the individual himself, nor conflict with the higher objectives of life. For in Islam, life is a realm of cooperation and mutual support, not a battleground of conflict, struggle and enmity. It is a domain where individual and collective energies are liberated, not a prison of suppression and deprivation. Everything that is not explicitly forbidden is permitted, and man is rewarded for every effort he undertakes, so long as it aligns with God's divine order and law, is undertaken with sincerity in seeking his pleasure, and serves the ultimate purposes of life as willed by the Creator. The expansiveness of Islam's outlook on life and its transcendence beyond mere economic values. The breadth of Islam's vision concerning life, its transcendence beyond mere economic values to encompass all the principles upon which existence is built, renders it far more capable of establishing a balance and harmony within society. It enables Islam to institute justice across the entirety of humankind, freeing it from the narrow and rigid interpretations of justice as understood by communism. For in the communist perspective, justice is reduced to a mechanical equality of wages, a system that seeks to eradicate economic disparity, even though, when confronted with the realities of practical application, it failed to implement this rigid and artificial equality. Islam, however, envisions justice as a profoundly human equality, one that takes into account the equilibrium of all values, including, but not confined to, the purely economic. In its essence, this justice is a balance of opportunities wherein talents are left to flourish within boundaries that do not contradict the loftiest purposes of human existence. And because Islam perceives values as manifold and interwoven, justice, in its collective sense, becomes more attainable. Thus, Islam has not found itself compelled to enforce economic equality in its strict literal sense, a notion that clashes with human nature, contradicts the reality of varying talents, and stifles extraordinary aptitudes by equating them with weaker inclinations. It does not hinder those endowed with exceptional gifts from employing their talents for their own benefit and for the greater welfare of the nation. Indeed, to deprive the community and humanity at large of the fruits of such talents is an injustice in itself. It is futile to deny that individuals are born with differing natural endowments, and while one may attempt to obscure this reality in theory, it becomes unmistakable when life unfolds in its natural course. No one can feign ignorance of the fact that some are born with innate capacities for health, completeness and endurance, while others enter the world predisposed to illness, deficiency and frailty. As long as human beings are not manufactured in factories, moulded into uniform patterns like machines and devices, it is impossible to impose absolute equality upon all talents and inclinations. To deny the existence of superior physical, intellectual and spiritual faculties is nothing short of folly. Rather, it is imperative that we acknowledge them and grant them the space to yield the utmost of their potential. Only then should we seek to harvest from their fruits that which serves the greater good of society, not to obstruct such capacities, nor to wrong them by forcing them into equivalence with lesser abilities, nor to shackle them, nor to squander their potential to the detriment of the nation and humanity. Islam's principle of equal opportunity and its true vision of justice Islam has established the principle of equal opportunity and the principle of justice for all, yet it has left the door open for distinction through effort and labour. Moreover, it has defined the fundamental values of society beyond mere economic considerations. Verily, the most honoured among you in the sight of God is the most righteous among you. Quran 49:13. God raises in ranks those among you who believe and those who have been granted knowledge. Quran 58:11. Wealth and children are but adornments of the life of this world, but the enduring good deeds are better in the sight of your sustainer in reward and in aspiration. Quran 18:46. Thus it becomes evident that Islam esteems values beyond mere material wealth, considering them the true measure of worth. It employs these values to bring about balance in society when financial means become unequally distributed among people, provided that such disparities arise from legitimate differences in effort and talent, rather than from illicit means that Islam unequivocally prohibits, as will be discussed in the chapter on economic policies. Islam does not impose a rigid economic equality, for the acquisition of wealth is contingent upon varying capacities. Absolute justice, therefore, necessitates that incomes differ and that some be granted more than others, while ensuring human justice through the provision of equal opportunities for all. No individual is to be hindered by lineage, upbringing, ethnicity, or any other artificial barrier that stifles ambition. Islam integrates its fundamental values into the equation, liberates human conscience from the oppressive weight of materialistic concerns, places economic values within their proper and reasonable context, and refuses to bestow upon wealth an exaggerated significance akin to that which it holds in societies devoid of faith or diminished in spiritual awareness. Islam categorically rejects the notion that wealth should be the ultimate pursuit, that life should be reduced to a mere struggle for bread, carnal desires, and fleeting riches. Yet at the same time, Islam ensures sufficiency for every individual, and at times more than mere sufficiency. It prefers that this sustenance be attained through individual ownership and productive labour in its various forms, so that man may be freed from the pressures of destitution on one hand and the dominance of those who control economic resources on the other. Islam prohibits extravagance, which unleashes unrestrained indulgence and desires, creating disparities in standards of living. It mandates financial obligations toward the poor, proportionate to their needs and the welfare of society as a whole, fostering equilibrium and growth. In this manner, Islam does not neglect a single aspect of life, whether material or emotional, religious or worldly, but rather ensures that all these facets are considered with wisdom. They blend together, forming a cohesive unity wherein no element can be ignored without disturbing the intricate harmony that binds them. And in this unity, one finds resonance with the grand unity of the cosmos, of life, and of mankind itself. The foundations of social justice in Islam. Islam establishes this social justice whose nature we have outlined in general terms upon firm foundations and delineates specific means to achieve its objectives. It does not leave justice as an ambiguous concept or a vague aspiration, for Islam, by its very essence, is a religion of action and implementation in the realm of life, not merely an abstract doctrine of guidance and exhortation confined to the realm of ideals. As we have seen in summary, Islam possesses a fundamental vision of divinity, the universe, life, and humanity. We have understood that the principle of social justice is deeply intertwined with this overarching vision, that it is an integral part of its broader framework. Islam's perspective on human existence ensures that social justice is not merely economic justice, but a comprehensive justice that embraces all dimensions of human life. It does not confine itself to material concerns, for values in this existence are simultaneously material and spiritual, inseparable and united. Humanity, in the Islamic conception, is a single cohesive entity, not disparate conflicting factions. At times, reality may seem to contradict this essential truth of Islam, but one must first ascertain what is meant by reality. The reality acknowledged by Islam is not the transient condition of an individual, a nation, or a single generation. Such is but the narrow, fleeting reality perceived by mortal beings whose vision remains confined within the finite bounds of their own existence. when they fail to extend their insight beyond their immediate circumstances, they miss the greater reality, the reality of humanity as a whole, spanning from its inception to its ultimate destiny. There may appear to be contradictions within the limited scope of human experience, but these contradictions dissolve when one transcends the immediate and perceives the entirety of human history. Islam fixes its gaze upon the vast panorama of existence, encompassing all interests, and aspires to a goal that embraces all of humanity from beginning to end. What may seem like a conflict in the narrow confines of time and space loses its discord when viewed through the lens of the grand, overarching reality, the reality of all humankind, not merely of an individual, a nation, or a single epoch. Horizons and perceptions. This far-reaching vision of social justice, with its profound objectives, is what later explains to us many of the systems in Islam that cannot be fully understood if taken in isolation, as fragmented details, or if measured solely by the interests of the individual within society, or by the interests of society alone within a nation, or by the interests of a single nation within a particular era, or by the concerns of one generation among successive generations. It is this vision that clarifies for us the Islamic approach to private ownership, inheritance, zakat, almsgiving, governance, and economic transactions, as well as all other systems Islam has laid down, encompassing individuals, communities, nations, and generations. Yet our purpose here is not to delve into all these aspects in detail. Rather, we shall limit our discussion to the fundamental principles upon which Islam has established the edifice of social justice within the framework of its comprehensive worldview. From its very essence, we shall see that Islam has considered the unity of soul and body within the individual, the integration of material and spiritual dimensions within life, the harmony between individual and communal interests, the cohesion among diverse communities within a single nation, the shared purpose of all humanity, and the continuity of moral responsibility across generations despite the variations in immediate and limited interests. The fundamental principles of social justice in Islam. The foundations upon which Islam has established social justice are 1. Absolute spiritual liberation. 2. Complete human equality. 3. Profound social solidarity. Let us now dedicate a word to each of these principles, unveiling their nature and purpose. Absolute spiritual liberation. True social justice cannot be established, nor can its implementation and persistence be ensured unless it is rooted in an inner conviction, a deep psychological awareness of one's right to justice, a collective recognition of its necessity for society, and a firm belief that it leads to obedience to God and a higher human reality. Moreover, justice cannot be sustained unless material conditions exist that enable individuals to uphold it, bear its responsibilities, and defend it. No legislation can grant justice to an individual before he attains an inner consciousness of his own worth and acquires the practical ability to maintain such awareness. Likewise, no legal framework can endure in society without an underlying belief system that supports it from within, accompanied by practical mechanisms that reinforce it from without. This is precisely what Islam has taken into account in all its moral guidance and legislative injunctions. Spiritual emancipation in religious thought Christianity, as interpreted by the Church and its ecumenical councils, and Buddhism in a similar vein, have taught that liberation of the soul from the pleasures and desires of life and turning one's heart toward the kingdom of heaven, along with disdain for worldly existence, is sufficient to guarantee human freedom and the happiness of conscience. This is true, but it is not the whole truth. For the forces of life cannot always be suppressed, and the material necessities of existence cannot be indefinitely ignored. Man remains subject to their pressures in most circumstances. Furthermore, the complete suppression of human impulses and desires is not always virtuous. God, the creator of life, did not bring it into being in vain, nor did he create it so that human beings might halt its progress and stifle its vitality. Indeed, it is good for man to rise above his necessities, to elevate himself beyond his desires, but it is not good for him to stifle life itself in pursuit of that elevation. If, therefore, there exists a path by which the latent forces within the human being may be unleashed, allowing him to rise above servitude to his material needs, then that is the most upright and sound path, and this is precisely what Islam seeks to achieve. Islam harmonizes between the necessities of the body and the aspirations of the soul, establishing a system that guarantees spiritual liberation both through inner conviction and practical reality, without neglecting either dimension of human existence. The communist fallacy. Communism, on the other hand, claims that economic liberation alone is sufficient for spiritual liberation, that the economic pressures upon an individual are what compel him to renounce the justice and equality that laws may, at times, seek to guarantee for him. This is true, but it is not the whole truth. For economic liberation itself cannot be sustained within society unless it is accompanied by inner spiritual freedom, a moral conscience that upholds it from within. Otherwise, it will be subject to a different kind of pressure, the pressure of human desires, tendencies and ambitions which no legal structure alone can restrain. An individual whose natural abilities are insufficient to keep pace with others in productivity, competition or ambition will inevitably lose his commitment to equality, even if the law guarantees it to him, for he will inwardly feel inferior even if he boasts and asserts otherwise. Similarly, an individual of extraordinary talent and exceptional productivity will inevitably chafe against absolute equality and the imposition of collective ownership upon all wealth. If he cannot resist it, he will resent it, and if resentment does not lead him to outright rebellion, it will cause his intellect to stagnate, his drive to shrink, and his productivity to decline. Islam's unique approach to equality. However, when equality is rooted in profound spiritual liberation alongside legislative enforcement, then the sense of justice becomes stronger in both the strong and the weak. For the weak, it manifests as dignified elevation, and for the strong, it manifests as humble restraint. Both find their common ground in the belief in God, in the unity of the nation, and in mutual solidarity. This is precisely the goal of Islam, which has established absolute and complete spiritual liberation, ensuring at the same time that the needs of the body and the necessities of life are fulfilled through divine law, social structure, and individual conscience alike. The fundamental doctrine of spiritual freedom in Islam. Islam begins by liberating the human consciousness from servitude to any being other than God, and from submission to any authority other than his. No one has power over man except God alone. No one has the ability to give life or cause death except God alone. No one has the power to harm or benefit except God alone. No one provides sustenance from the heavens and the earth except God alone. No one serves as an intermediary or intercessor between man and God. God alone is the true sovereign, and all else are but his servants, possessing nothing for themselves or others. Say, he is God, the one, God, the eternal. He neither begets nor is begotten, and there is none comparable unto him. Quran 112, 1-4. When God is one, then worship belongs to him alone, and all hearts must turn toward him, so that none may be worshipped but him, and no authority may be ascribed to any beside him, lest people take one another as lords besides God, and lest some claim superiority over others except through righteousness and deeds. Say, O people of the book, come to a word that is just between us and you, that we shall worship none but God, and that we shall not ascribe divinity to anything beside him, nor shall we take one another as lords beside God. Quran 3:64. Islam upholds this principle with utmost vigilance, reinforcing it throughout the Quranic revelation. And because prophets themselves may become the object of excessive veneration, Islam has ensured that humanity's spiritual liberation remains absolute and untainted. He speaks of his prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Muhammad is but a messenger. Messengers have passed away before him. If he were to die or be slain, would you then turn back on your heels? 3:144. And he addresses this prophet with uncompromising clarity. You have no say in the matter. 3:128. Elsewhere, he admonishes him in words that carry the weight of a solemn warning, and were it not that we had made you firm, you might have inclined to them a little. In that case, we would have made you taste double the punishment in life and double the punishment in death, and then you would have found none to aid you against us. 17:74-75. And he commands him to proclaim with all openness the reality of his position. Say, I call upon my sustainer alone, and I do not ascribe partners unto him. Say, verily I have no power to harm or to guide you to what is right. Say, none can protect me from God, nor shall I find any refuge apart from him. 72:20-22. And he speaks of those who have deified Jesus, son of Mary, branding their claim as falsehood and folly. Indeed, those who say God is the Messiah, son of Mary, have denied the truth. Say, who then has any power against God, if he had willed to destroy the Messiah, son of Mary and his mother, and all those on earth together? 5:17. And elsewhere he makes clear the true nature of the Messiah. He was no more than a servant upon whom we bestowed our grace, and we made him an example for the children of Israel. 43:59. On the day of judgment he presents a scene of solemn reckoning, wherein Jesus, son of Mary, is questioned regarding the claims made about him, claims of divinity which he himself never uttered. And in words of profound humility and awe, Jesus affirms his innocence of such falsehood. And remember when God said, O Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, take me and my mother as deities besides God? He said, Glory be to you. Never could I say what I had no right to say. Had I said it, you would have known it. You know what is in my heart, whereas I do not know what is in yours. Truly, you alone are the knower of all that is beyond human perception. I said to them only what you commanded me. Worship God, my sustainer and your sustainer. And I was a witness over them as long as I was among them. But when you took me, you alone remained their watcher, and you are witness over all things. If you punish them, they are your servants, and if you forgive them, you alone are almighty, all-wise. 5:116-118. And he unveils another form of false deification, one not expressed in words but in action. The blind acceptance of human authorities as lawgivers in place of God. They took their rabbis and their monks as lords besides God, and also the Messiah, son of Mary, though they were commanded to worship none but the one God. There is no deity save him, exalted is he above whatever they associate with him. 9:31. Thus does the Quran continue to assert this truth, to clarify it, and to establish it firmly in the heart, so as to liberate human consciousness from every trace of idolatry, whether in divinity or in lordship. For if no servant of God, be he a prophet or a messenger, is, by his own essence, superior to another servant, then all intermediaries between God and his creation are rendered void. There is no priesthood, no mediation, rather every individual is in direct communion with his sustainer. Each soul, in its fleeting frailty, reaches out to the eternal and everlasting, drawing strength from him, seeking his mercy and his care. And in this sacred connection faith is fortified, the soul is uplifted, and the spirit strengthened. Islam, in its profound concern for the dignity and strength of the individual, upholds this bond with utmost care, making it known that every person has unmediated access to the divine at every moment of day and night. Indeed, God is ever gentle towards his servants. 42:19. And when my servants ask you concerning me, behold, I am near. I respond to the call of the caller when he calls upon me. So let them respond to me and believe in me, so that they may be rightly guided. 186. And do not despair of God's mercy, for none despairs of God's mercy except those who deny the truth. 12:87. Say, O my servants, who have transgressed against their own souls, do not despair of God's mercy. Indeed, God forgives all sins. 39:53. To that end, Islam has ordained 5 daily prayers, specific moments in which the servant stands before his sustainer, strengthening this bond, communing with his Creator in a structured rhythm beyond the spontaneous moments when he turns to him in supplication. But the purpose of prayer and supplication is not merely in words and gestures. Rather, it is the complete turning of heart, mind and body in unison towards God. This aligns with Islam's holistic view of the human being as a unified creation and of the divine as a singular, undivided reality. So woe unto those who pray, yet are heedless of their prayers. 107:4-5. When the heart is freed from bowing to any being other than God, and when the soul is filled with the certainty of its direct relationship with him, then fear, be it for life, for sustenance, or for status, loses its grip. For fear is a subtle poison, one that gnaws at a person's self-respect, leading him to accept humiliation, to relinquish his dignity, and to forfeit his rights. But Islam, in its unwavering commitment to justice and human nobility, seeks to eradicate this fear so that none may cower before another, and none may sell his soul for the illusion of security. For life is in God's hands. No creature has the power to shorten it by even a moment, nor to inflict harm except by his decree. No soul shall die except by God's leave at a term appointed. 145. Say, nothing shall ever befall us except what God has decreed for us. He is our protector. 9:51. For every nation there is a term. When their time comes, they cannot delay it by a single moment, nor can they advance it. 7:34. Thus cowardice has no place, nor do the cowards. Life and death, benefit and harm, all lie with God alone. Say, shall I take as a protector any other than God, the originator of the heavens and the earth, while it is he who gives sustenance, but is himself beyond all need? 6:14. God grants abundant provision to whomever he wills, and he restricts it as he wills. 13:26. And how many a creature carries not its own provision? God provides for it and for you. 29:60. Thus, fear of poverty is but a whisper of Satan, a deception meant to weaken the heart and erode trust in God. Satan threatens you with poverty and commands you to immorality, whereas God promises you forgiveness from himself and abundance, and God is all-encompassing, all-knowing. 268. Thus it is not permissible that the pursuit of livelihood should become a yoke upon the necks of men, for indeed their sustenance is in the hands of God, and in his hands alone. No human being, no matter how powerful, holds the ability to withhold another's provision or to diminish it in the least. This, however, does not negate the necessity of effort and striving. Rather, it strengthens the heart, emboldens the conscience, and enables the one who seeks his sustenance to stand with unwavering courage before those who imagine themselves to be the arbiters of his livelihood. No longer will he be shackled by fear, nor will he be deterred from claiming his rightful due. He will not lower himself, nor barter away a portion of his dignity or his faith merely to secure his sustenance. It is with this perspective that we must understand the guidance of the Quran and the direction of Islam, for this is the true understanding that harmonizes with its overarching methodology in instruction and legislation. Fear for one's status and position can be just as paralyzing as the fear of death, injury, poverty, or destitution. Islam seeks to liberate the individual from this fear as well, for no created being holds dominion over another in this matter. Say, O God, sovereign of all dominion, you grant sovereignty to whom you will, and you take away sovereignty from whom you will. You exalt whom you will, and you abase whom you will. In your hand is all good. Indeed, you have power over all things. Quran 3:26. Say, who holds dominion over all things? Who grants protection, while none can protect against him if you truly know? They will say, it is God. Say, how then are you deluded? Quran 23:88-89. If God should aid you, none can overcome you. But if he should forsake you, who then can aid you after him? Quran 3:160. Whosoever desires honour, let him know that all honour belongs to God alone. Quran 35:10. But honour belongs to God and to his messenger and to the believers. Quran 63:8. Thus, there is no cause for fear in this regard either, for power belongs to God alone, and all honour is his. He alone holds sway over his servants, and he is the all-wise, the all-aware. Quran 6:18. Yet the human soul may free itself from the bondage of sacred authorities, from the fear of death, of sustenance, or of status, only to fall under the bondage of social values, the values of wealth, lineage, and prestige. Even if these do not directly confer benefit or harm, the heart may still develop a subtle servitude towards them, and so long as one's inner being is shackled by such reverence, one will never attain true freedom nor experience genuine equality with those who possess them. Here, Islam confronts these values directly, neither denying them entirely nor exaggerating their significance. It places them in their proper context, neither elevating nor dismissing them arbitrarily. Instead, Islam returns the true measure of worth to intrinsic moral qualities, those that reside within the individual's soul or manifest in his deeds. In doing so, it weakens the psychological grip of material values and diminishes their emotional impact. And alongside the economic and legal safeguards that Islam establishes, this becomes a means of achieving complete inner liberation. Verily, the most honoured among you in the sight of God is the one who is most conscious of him. Quran 49:13. And the one whom God honours is the truly noble one, in truth and in reality. And they say, we are greater in wealth and children, and we shall not be punished. Say, indeed my sustainer grants sustenance abundantly to whom he wills, and he restricts it as he wills, but most people do not understand. It is neither your wealth nor your children that bring you closer to us. Rather, it is only those who believe and do righteous deeds. For them shall be a multiplied reward for what they have done, and they shall dwell securely in lofty mansions. Quran 34, 35, 37. Let them have more wealth and more children. This holds no intrinsic value that grants them superiority or privilege, except for those who believe and do righteous deeds. For faith, an inward reality residing in the heart, and righteous action, an outward manifestation in life, are the only true measures of worth. Islam does not diminish the value of wealth or children. Wealth and children are but an adornment of the life of this world. Quran 18:46. An adornment indeed, but not a scale by which honour or disgrace is measured. But the enduring good deeds are better in the sight of your sustainer as a reward, and better as a hope. Quran 18:46. The Quran presents a parable illustrating the contrast between material and moral values. It describes two men, one of whom is granted great wealth, while the other remains steadfast in faith. And through this contrast, the Quran paints a vivid portrait of the believing soul, and the true measure of values within it. Set forth for them a parable. 2 men, we granted one of them 2 gardens of grapevines, and surrounded them with date palms, and placed crops between them. Both gardens yielded their produce in full, without failing in the least, and we caused a river to flow between them. And he had abundant wealth. So he said to his companion while conversing with him, I am greater than you in wealth, and stronger in numbers. And he entered his garden, transgressing against himself, saying, I do not believe that this will ever perish, nor do I believe that the hour will come. And even if I am returned to my sustainer, I shall surely find something even better than this in exchange. His companion said to him, while conversing with him, Do you disbelieve in him who created you from dust, then from a drop of fluid, and then fashioned you into a man? But as for me, he is God, my sustainer, and I shall not associate anyone with my sustainer. If only, when you entered your garden, you had said, This is what God has willed. There is no power except with God. Though you see me as less than you in wealth and children, it may well be that my sustainer will grant me something better than your garden, and send upon yours a calamity from the sky, reducing it to barren dust. Or its water may sink deep into the earth, so that you will never be able to retrieve it. And so his wealth was encompassed in ruin, and he stood wringing his hands over all that he had spent upon it, as it lay fallen upon its trellises. And he said, Oh, would that I had not associated anyone with my sustainer. And he had no group to aid him against God, nor could he help himself. Quran 18:32-43. Thus does the believer take pride in his faith, while regarding with indifference those material values upon which his companions so arrogantly relied. A similar lesson is drawn from the story of Qarun, in which we see 2 contrasting responses to the allure of wealth, one of admiration and envy, the other of steadfastness and faith. And in the end, wealth itself proves to be a fleeting illusion. And thus we caused the earth to swallow him and his dwelling, and he had no party to aid him against God, nor was he among those who could save themselves. And those who had envied his wealth the day before began to say, it is indeed God who extends and restricts provision as he wills. Had he not been gracious to us, he would have caused the earth to swallow us as well. Oh, indeed, those who deny the truth shall never prosper. Quran 28:81-82. And so Islam instructs the Prophet himself, Do not strain your eyes in longing for the splendour we have granted to some among them as a fleeting adornment of this worldly life, that we may test them thereby. The provision of your sustainer is better and more enduring. Quran 20:131. For in the end it is God alone who grants and withholds, and it is in him alone that the soul finds its true worth. Some people understand this verse and its counterparts as a call to leave the wealthy to their own devices, free to act as they please, while the poor must resign themselves to their deprivation, forsaking the rights that Islam has enshrined for them. This is a grave misunderstanding, one that disregards the comprehensive vision of Islam. It is the interpretation of those professional clerics of ages past who served the interests of tyrants, lulling public awareness into slumber, stifling the voice that calls for social justice. Upon them rests the burden of their misinterpretation, and Islam is wholly innocent of their distortions. Rather, such verses have been revealed to restore the dignity of human values, to rescue the souls of the poor from the humiliation and subjugation that may befall them in the face of sheer material wealth and possessions. Supporting this understanding is the divine command given to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, not to place any weight upon material values, nor to judge people by their worldly possessions. And hold thyself with those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his countenance, and let not thine eyes turn away from them, desiring the glitter of this world's life. and obey not one whose heart we have made heedless of our remembrance, who follows his own desires, and whose affair is ever in neglect. 1828. Let not their wealth nor their children astonish thee. Verily, God only desires to punish them therewith in the life of this world, and that their souls should depart while they are disbelievers. 955. In this very context we find the story of the blind and impoverished Ibn Maktum and the nobleman Al-Walid ibn al-Mughira, an episode in which God addressed his prophet with words of profound reproach. He frowned and turned away, because the blind man came unto him, and what could make thee know? Perhaps he might have grown in purity, or been reminded, and the reminder might have profited him. As for him who deems himself self-sufficient, to him thou dost give attention, though it is not upon thee if he does not grow in purity. But as for him who comes to thee striving, and who fears God, from him thou art distracted. Nay, verily this is a reminder, so let him who wills remember it. 81:12. It was but a fleeting human inclination that stirred within Muhammad peace and blessings, be upon him a momentary hope that perhaps God would guide Al-Walid to Islam. He was preoccupied with this thought when Ibn Maktum persistently sought his attention, asking for guidance from the Quran. Yet the Prophet, absorbed in Al-Walid's matter, showed signs of impatience and frowned. It was then that his sustainer addressed him with a reproach so severe that it nearly amounted to censure, rectifying the very values that Islam upholds, reaffirming the righteous course that it charts for humanity, and steering the heart towards the true liberation of the soul. Ultimately, however, even if a soul were to free itself from the idolatry of sanctified figures, from the fear of death, harm, poverty and humiliation, from all external pressures and social constructs, it may still find itself enslaved to its own self, to its own desires and cravings, to its own ambitions and caprices. Thus, even when freed externally, it remains fettered within. It is for this reason that Islam aims not merely at outward emancipation, but at the profoundest liberation of the soul, so that true spiritual and social justice may be realized in its fullest sense. Islam does not overlook this hidden peril to inner freedom. It addresses it with deep insight, bearing witness to its concern for the innermost recesses of the human soul, its awareness of every inclination and circumstance that may shape it. It encompasses even that which Christianity holds as its ultimate goal. Say, if your fathers and your sons and your brothers and your spouses and your clan and the wealth you have acquired and the commerce you fear may decline, and the dwellings which delight you, if these are dearer to you than God and his messenger and striving in his way, then wait until God brings his command to pass. For God does not guide the rebellious. 924. Thus, in a single verse, the Quran gathers together all desires, ambitions and longings, the very points of human weakness, and places them in one scale, while placing in the other love for God and his messenger, and striving in his cause. Only when the sacrifice is complete, when man is wholly freed from the shackles of his lower desires, does he attain the spiritual stature that Islam envisions. It is this soul, emancipated from all that enslaves, that Islam seeks to cultivate, one that rises above degrading attachments, that commands its own will, and that aspires to a horizon far beyond fleeting pleasures. Or consider these words, fair seeming to men is the love of desires, of women and children, and heaped up treasures of gold and silver, and horses of mark and cattle, and tilled land. These are the enjoyment of the life of this world, but with God is the most excellent return. Say, shall I inform you of something better than that? For those who are conscious of God, with their sustainer, are gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they shall abide forever, and spouses purified. And the good pleasure of God and God is ever seeing his servants. 3:14, 15. This is neither a call to asceticism nor an invitation to renounce the blessings of life, as some would misinterpret the Quran, or as some would seek to accuse Islam. Rather, it is a summons to liberation, to break free from the grip of base desires and impulses. And once this is achieved, there is no harm in enjoying life, so long as man is its master and not its slave. Say, who has forbidden the adornment of God which he has brought forth for his servants, and the good things of sustenance? 7:32. The same principle underlies the obligation of fasting, whereby the soul rises above even its most primal needs for a period of time, strengthening its will and refining itself, so that man may transcend his own being. The Quran leads man to this goal through various means, one of which is the implicit warning against the trial of wealth and children. Indeed, your wealth and your children are but a trial. 64:15. For often man is undone by his attachment to his wealth or his offspring, accepting that which he would not have otherwise accepted, yielding where he would have otherwise stood firm, committing that which he would have otherwise shunned. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, once emerged, carrying one of his grandsons in his arms, and said, "Indeed you withhold, and you grow cowardly, and you act ignorantly." And yet even if a man frees himself from all external indignities, he remains vulnerable to one thing above all, need. For nothing is more debasing than destitution. An empty stomach does not recognize lofty ideals. A man reduced to begging loses all dignity. Islam, therefore, takes upon itself the task of eliminating the very causes of need, ensuring that every individual has their rightful share, imposed as a duty upon both the state and the affluent, an obligation that is enforceable both in this world and in the hereafter. Thus, Islam forbids begging as a practice, praising those who, though impoverished, do not ask persistently. The Prophet, peace be upon him, gave a man a coin and said, "Now let one of you take his rope, gather firewood, carry it on his back, and sell it so that God may preserve his dignity." This is far better than asking people whether they give or withhold. He also said, "The upper hand is better than the lower hand." Thus Islam encourages self-reliance regarding begging as a necessary evil to be avoided. As for zakat, it is not charity but a right one that is collected by the state and distributed to its rightful recipients, ensuring both material sufficiency and the preservation of human dignity. If this alone is insufficient, further obligations are imposed upon the wealthy until the needs of the poor are fully met. Such is the economic justice of Islam, a justice that safeguards both body and soul, upholding the sanctity of human worth. The foundation of spiritual liberation, Islam approaches human affairs from every angle, encompassing all aspects of life, ensuring that spiritual liberation is absolute, not merely based on moral principles alone, nor restricted to economic conditions alone, but rather embracing them both together. It acknowledges the realities of life and the capacities of the human soul. It awakens the noblest aspirations of human nature, urging it towards the highest levels of freedom and self-realization. For without complete liberation, the human soul cannot overcome the forces of weakness, subjugation, and enslavement. It will not demand its rightful share of social justice, nor will it endure the sacrifices required to uphold justice once it is granted. Thus, this liberation is one of the fundamental pillars upon which the edifice of social justice in Islam is built. Indeed, it is the very first pillar upon which all others rest. Human equality. When the human conscience attains this depth of spiritual liberation, when it is freed from all forms of servitude, except to God, when it fears neither death nor injury nor poverty nor humiliation, except by God's decree, when it breaks free from the pressures of social and financial values, when it is liberated from the shame of need and dependence, when it rises above its desires and ambitions, turning to the one and only Creator, to whom all without exception must submit. And when, beyond all this, its essential needs are guaranteed by a divine system of justice and law, then such a conscience has no need for mere verbal proclamations of equality. It has already felt equality deep within its soul and has seen it manifest as a living reality. It will not tolerate social disparity founded upon false values. It will demand its right to equality. It will struggle to affirm that right, and once granted, it will preserve it jealously, accepting no substitute. Such a conscience will willingly bear the burdens required to uphold and defend this right, no matter the cost in effort and sacrifice. And it will not be only the poor and the weak who insist upon this principle of equality, a principle that emanates from the soul, is safeguarded by the law, and is upheld through economic security and freedom of livelihood. Even the wealthy and the powerful will accept it, for their own consciences will have been shaped by these very ideals that Islam has taken great care to establish and reinforce. This is precisely what transpired in the early Islamic society 14 centuries ago, as we shall see in due course in this book, the divine proclamation of equality. Yet, Islam did not suffice with implied understandings drawn from spiritual liberation alone. It explicitly proclaimed the principle of equality in words and in legal text, so that no ambiguity might remain, and so that all things would be clearly stated and firmly established. At a time when some claimed and were believed to be the descendants of gods, and others claimed and were believed to possess noble blood, different from that of common men, a royal blue blood. At a time when certain sects and religions divided humanity into castes, some believed to have been created from the head of a sacred being, while others were said to have been formed from its feet, condemned to be outcasts. At a time when men argued whether woman had a soul at all, or was merely an empty vessel devoid of spirit. At a time when a master had the legal right to kill or torture his slave, for the slave was deemed of a different nature than his master. At such a time, Islam came forth with its mighty proclamation. It affirmed the unity of the human race in origin and destiny, in life and death, in rights and responsibilities, before the law and before God, in this world and the hereafter. There is no superiority except in righteous action. There is no honour except in piety. A great leap for humanity. This was a monumental leap for humanity, the likes of which history had never before witnessed. Even to this day, it remains an unattained peak, one that mankind has never again reached. Indeed, it was as if a new birth of humanity had taken place, the emergence of a higher human being. But humanity later regressed, failing to uphold this divine vision. It never again attained such heights except under the shade of this celestial order. No, God has not begotten any child. Say he is God, the one, God, the eternal, the absolute. He begets not, nor was he begotten, and there is none comparable unto him. Quran 112, 1, 4. And no, there is no such thing as noble blood. No human was formed from the head, while others were cast from the feet. Was he not a mere drop of fluid emitted? Then we placed him in a secure resting place until an appointed time, and so we determined it, and how excellent is our determination. Quran 77, 37, 40. Let man then consider of what he was created. He was created from a gushing fluid issuing from between the loins and the ribs. Quran 86, 5, 7. And it is God who created you from dust, then from a drop of fluid, then made you into pairs. And no female conceives or gives birth save with his knowledge. Nor is the lifespan of any living being lengthened or shortened, but it is all recorded in a book. Indeed, this is easy for God. Quran 35, 11. And we created man from an extract of clay. Then we made him a drop of fluid in a secure place. Then we fashioned the fluid into a clot. Then we fashioned the clot into a lump of flesh. Then we fashioned the bones and clothed them with flesh. Then we brought him forth as another creation. So blessed be God, the best of creators. Quran 23:12, 14. And the Quran repeats this truth time and again, confirming in the human heart the unity of its origin and its creation. All of mankind is from Adam, and Adam was from dust. And the Prophet reinforced this truth, saying, "You are all the children of Adam, and Adam was from dust." No superiority of one over another. If then one individual is not inherently superior to another, there is no race, no nation, no people that is superior by virtue of its lineage or bloodline. Even today, some nations continue to make such arrogant claims, but the Quran shatters these illusions. O mankind, reverence your sustainer who created you from a single soul, and from it created its mate, and from them spread a multitude of men and women. Quran 4:1. Thus all humanity is of one essence. They are brothers in lineage, equal in origin and creation. O mankind, we created you from male and female, and made you into nations and tribes, so that you may come to know one another. Truly the most honoured among you in the sight of God is the most righteous among you. Quran 49:13. These differences in nations and tribes are not for pride or arrogance, but rather for mutual recognition and cooperation. Before God, all are equal, none are superior, except in piety. And the first step towards piety is submission to God alone. Without that there is no true righteousness, and no true virtue at all. Islam stands pure and untainted by tribal and racial partisanship, just as it is free from the biases of lineage and family ties. By this virtue it has ascended to a height of justice and brotherhood that even the so-called modern civilization of the West has yet to attain. A civilization that, with a conscience untroubled, permitted the systematic extermination of the Native Americans under the very eyes and ears of the world's nations. That sanctions the bitter segregation between black and white and the grotesque brutality that accompanies it. A civilization that grants the government of South Africa the audacity to proclaim its discriminatory laws against people of colour openly, and that allows the governments of Russia, China, India, Ethiopia, Yugoslavia and others to perpetrate wholesale massacres against Muslims. Islam pursues every avenue through which inequality and unwarranted privilege may arise, except for the distinction of piety and righteous deeds, seeking to eradicate them in all their manifestations and causes. Thus the Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessings be upon him, is repeatedly reminded by the Quran that he is but a mortal like all other men, and he himself constantly reiterates this truth. For though he was revered and beloved by his people, there was the danger that such love and reverence might transform into deification or sanctification, both of which belong to God alone. Therefore he said to his followers, "Do not overpraise me as the Christians overpraised the Son of Mary. I am but a servant, so say, the servant of God and his messenger." And when he once saw a group of men standing for him in veneration, he warned, "Whoever delights in having people stand for him in honour, let him prepare his seat in the fire." And lest his own family be venerated beyond their human station, the Prophet, may peace and blessings be upon him, declared to them, "O people of Quraysh, I cannot avail you against God in the least. O sons of Abd Manaf, I cannot avail you against God in the least. O Abbas, son of Abdul Muttalib, I cannot avail you against God in the least. O Safiya, aunt of the Messenger of God, I cannot avail you against God in the least." And when, for a fleeting moment, Muhammad the human being was seized by a natural worldly concern, turning away from the poor blind Ibn Maktum in favour of speaking with the noble leader of his tribe, Al-Walid ibn al-Mughira, he was met with a stern rebuke from on high, a reprimand that echoed the weight of divine admonition, restoring the absolute standard of equality in its fullest measure. And when the wealthy and noble harboured disdain at the thought of marrying or giving their daughters in marriage to the poor, God's command descended. Marry off the single ones among you, as well as the righteous among your male and female servants. If they are poor, God will enrich them out of his bounty, for God is infinite, all-knowing. Quran 24:32. As for the relationship between man and woman, Islam guarantees the woman full equality with the man in terms of human dignity and rights. Any distinction that exists pertains only to circumstances of aptitude, experience or responsibility, none of which diminish the essential human status of either gender. Wherever aptitude, training and responsibility are equal, they stand as equals, and wherever there is a difference, the distinction follows accordingly. Thus, in the realm of spiritual and religious worth, they are one and the same. And whosoever does righteous deeds, whether male or female, while being a believer, those shall enter paradise, and not the least injustice shall be done to them. Quran 4:124. Whoever, whether male or female, does righteous deeds and is a believer, we shall surely grant them a goodly life, and we shall indeed reward them according to the best of what they used to do. Quran 16:97. And so their sustainer answered them, I shall not allow the work of any worker among you, male or female, to go to waste. You are of one another. Quran 3:195. And in matters of ownership and economic independence, their rights are equally secured. For men is a share of what parents and close relatives leave behind, and for women is a share of what parents and close relatives leave behind. Quran 4:7. For men is a share of what they earn, and for women is a share of what they earn. Quran 4:32. As for the preference given to men in matters of inheritance, where the man is apportioned twice the share of the woman, this is solely due to the financial responsibilities that fall upon him. He is obligated to marry, to provide for his wife and children, and to bear the full burden of maintaining the household. He alone is responsible for blood money and financial compensations in cases of legal liability. It is only fitting, therefore, that his share be doubled in inheritance, for this is not a matter of privilege but of duty. Meanwhile, a woman is guaranteed sustenance in marriage through her husband's provision, and if she remains unmarried or is widowed, she is supported by her inheritance or by the financial obligation of her male relatives. It is thus a matter of differentiated responsibility, necessitating a differentiation in inheritance shares. As for the man's role as the guardian and maintainer of the woman, men are the protectors and maintainers of women because God has favoured some over others and because they spend out of their wealth. Quran 4:34. This is a matter of natural disposition and acquired expertise. A man free from the burdens of pregnancy and motherhood is engaged in the affairs of society for longer periods, exercising all his intellectual faculties unhindered. Meanwhile, the responsibilities of motherhood occupy much of a woman's life, shaping within her an inclination toward emotion and sensitivity, just as in a man, contemplation and deliberation are cultivated. Thus, guardianship is given to the one naturally and experientially suited for it. Moreover, since financial responsibility is intricately tied to guardianship, this authority is not a privilege but a duty, a right balanced by an obligation, ensuring that equality is not mere rhetoric, but a harmony of rights and responsibilities across genders and in the broader fabric of life. Yet in the realm of pure humanity, beyond the functional roles of society, the woman's right to care and kindness outweighs that of the man. A man once came to the Prophet, may peace and blessings be upon him, and asked, O Messenger of God, who is most deserving of my good companionship? He replied, Your mother. The man asked, Then who? The prophet said, "Your mother." The man asked again, "Then who?" The prophet said, "Your mother." The man asked once more, "Then who?" The prophet said, "Your father." It may seem that another form of differentiation exists in the matter of legal testimony. "And bring 2 witnesses from among your men. And if there are not 2 men available, then a man and 2 women from those whom you accept as witnesses, so that if one of them errs, the other can remind her." Quran 2, 282. Yet within this very verse lies the rationale. The natural predisposition of motherhood cultivates in a woman a heightened emotional responsiveness. Just as in a man, intellectual contemplation is more pronounced. If she forgets, or if emotion overtakes her, the presence of another woman serves as a safeguard. Thus, this is not a matter of preference for one gender over another, but a practical distinction based on the realities of human disposition. Suffice it to say that Islam has granted the woman full religious and economic equality. It has secured her right to marriage with her consent without coercion or neglect. The widow shall not be given in marriage until she is consulted, nor shall the virgin be given in marriage until her consent is sought, and her silence is her consent. Hadith. It has guaranteed her dowry. Give the women their dowries willingly. Quran 4:4. It has safeguarded her marital rights, whether as a wife or a divorcee. Retain them in kindness or release them in kindness, but do not retain them to cause harm and transgress. Quran 2:231. And live with them in kindness. Quran 4:19. And we must always remember that Islam has guaranteed the woman these rights and provided her with all these safeguards in a spirit of pure honour and dignity, untainted by the pressures of materialism or economic necessity. For Islam waged an unrelenting war against the notion that a woman is a burden to be rid of at birth. It combated the practice of female infanticide, which had been prevalent among certain Arab tribes, with a profound moral force, one that encompassed all of humanity with its sanctity and reverence for life. Thus, the prohibition against killing was general, without exception. And do not take a life which God has made sacred except by right. Quran 6:151. And more specifically, it forbade the killing of children who, in that society, were none other than the daughters whom fathers feared would bring them to poverty. And do not kill your children for fear of poverty. We provide for them and for you. Quran 17:31. In this verse, the sustenance of the children is mentioned before that of the parents to instill in the hearts of fathers the certainty that God's provision for their offspring precedes even his provision for them. And on the Day of Judgment, the Quran evokes the stirring vision of divine justice, awakening the conscience of humanity. And when the infant girl, buried alive, is asked, "For what sin was she slain?" Quran 81, 8, 9. In this, Islam places before the entire cosmos an emphatic question, one that resounds with protest, with denunciation, with the sheer weight of justice unyielding. Thus, when Islam granted the woman her spiritual and material rights, it did so while regarding her as a full human being, moving in harmony with the very conception of humanity's unity. He created you from a single soul, and from it he made its mate, that he might find tranquility in her. Quran 7:189. And Islam sought to elevate her to the station where she rightfully belongs, as an inseparable half of that single soul. And we must acknowledge this about Islam, just as we must, in contrast, recognize that the so-called freedom granted to women by the materialistic West did not flow from this same noble source, nor were its motives as pure as those of Islam. It is imperative that we do not allow ourselves to be deceived by the illusions of modernity or blinded by the dazzling yet hollow veneer of contemporary civilization. For Islam has sufficed the woman with religious equality, economic independence, and the guarantees of marriage based on her consent, free from coercion or neglect. The previously married woman must not be given in marriage until she is consulted, nor the virgin until her consent is sought, and her silence is her consent. Hadith. Islam has secured her dowry. Give the women their dowries willingly. Quran 4:4. It has safeguarded all her marital rights, whether as a wife or as a divorcee. Retain them in kindness or release them in kindness, but do not retain them to cause harm and transgress. Quran 2:231. And live with them in kindness. Quran 4:19. And we must always remember that Islam has guaranteed the woman these rights and provided her with all these safeguards in a spirit of pure honor and dignity, untainted by the pressures of materialism or economic necessity. For Islam waged an unrelenting war against the notion that a woman is a burden to be rid of at birth. It combated the practice of female infanticide, which had been prevalent among certain Arab tribes, with a profound moral force, one that encompassed all of humanity with its sanctity and reverence for life. Thus the prohibition against killing was general, without exception, and do not take a life which God has made sacred except by right. Quran 6:151. And more specifically, it forbade the killing of children who in that society were none other than the daughters whom fathers feared would bring them to poverty. And do not kill your children for fear of poverty. We provide for them and for you. Quran 17:31. In this verse, the sustenance of the children is mentioned before that of the parents, to instill in the hearts of fathers the certainty that God's provision for their offspring precedes even his provision for them. And on the Day of Judgment, the Quran evokes the stirring vision of divine justice, awakening the conscience of humanity. And when the infant girl buried alive is asked, for what sin was she slain? Quran 81:8-9. In this, Islam places before the entire cosmos an emphatic question, one that resounds with protest, with denunciation, with the sheer weight of justice unyielding. Thus, when Islam granted the woman her spiritual and material rights, it did so while regarding her as a full human being, moving in harmony with the very conception of humanity's unity. He created you from a single soul, and from it he made its mate, that he might find tranquility in her. Quran 7:189. And Islam sought to elevate her to the station where she rightfully belongs, as an inseparable half of that single soul. And we must acknowledge this about Islam, just as we must, in contrast, recognize that the so-called freedom granted to women by the materialistic West did not flow from this same noble source, nor were its motives as pure as those of Islam. It is imperative that we do not allow ourselves to be deceived by the illusions of modernity or blinded by the dazzling yet hollow veneer of contemporary civilization. For in the materialistic West, economics reigns supreme. Every human motive, every social principle is ultimately reduced to this single element of existence. And the truth, in its essence, is that man has abandoned his responsibility of providing for the woman, forcing her to work as he works, in the same sphere merely to survive. Thus, communism is but a natural extension of Western materialism, a system devoid of spiritual meaning in human life. We must remember all of this before we allow our vision to be ensnared by the false glare of modernity. For Islam granted the woman her rights 14 centuries ago, rights that Western civilization has yet to fully grant her even today. Islam has given her the right to work and earn when necessity demands, but it has preserved for her the right to care and protection within the family. For to Islam, life is greater than mere wealth and physical existence. Its objectives transcend mere sustenance and bodily survival. Islam perceives life through all its dimensions, assigning to each of its individuals their respective roles, not in conflict, but in harmony, in mutual support. And through this vision, Islam defines the roles of man and woman, each entrusted with their own function, each charged with a duty essential to the growth of life and its progression. And to each, Islam grants the rights necessary to fulfill this noble and universal purpose. And finally, the entire human race possesses an innate dignity that must never be debased. Indeed, we have honored the children of Adam and carried them on land and sea, and provided them with good things, and favoured them above many of those whom we have created with a marked preference. Quran 17:70. We have honoured them by virtue of their humanity, not for their individual selves, nor for their lineage, nor for their tribes. This dignity is granted to all in absolute equality, for they are all the offspring of Adam. And if Adam was fashioned from dust, and if Adam was honoured, then all his children are equal in this and in that. And for all people within the Muslim society there exists an inviolable dignity that neither mockery nor derision may tarnish. O you who have attained to faith, let not some people deride others. It may well be that those they scoff at are better than themselves. Nor let women mock other women. It may well be that those they ridicule are better than themselves. And do not defame one another, nor call each other by offensive names. Wretched is the name of wickedness after faith, and whoever does not repent, such are the wrong-doers. Quran 49:11. And how profound, how beautiful is the expression, "Do not defame one another." For when one believer scorns another, it is as though he scorns himself, for they are all of one essence. And all people within the Muslim society possess sanctities that none may violate. O you who have attained to faith, do not enter houses other than your own until you have sought permission and greeted their inhabitants. This is best for you, that you may be mindful, and if you find no one therein, then do not enter them until permission is granted to you, and if you are told, go back. Then go back, it is purer for you, and God has full knowledge of all that you do. Quran 24:27, 28. And do not spy on one another, nor backbite one another. Quran 49:12. The purpose of these injunctions is to instill within each person the awareness that he possesses an inviolable sanctity, one that may not be transgressed by others. No one's sanctity is lesser than another's. All are equal in this regard. They are all believers dwelling within a society that is founded upon the divine ordinance, a society wherein dignity is safeguarded and sacred rights are preserved. Thus does Islam attend to every facet of human life, both spiritual and social, reinforcing in every dimension the principle of equality. And as we have said, Islam had no need to expound upon equality in mere words and appearances, for it had already realized it in meaning and spirit by fully liberating human consciousness from all arbitrary values, all circumstantial conditions, and all imposed necessities, while securing in the realm of tangible reality every guarantee for its preservation. Yet Islam remains ever vigilant in its insistence upon equality, desiring it to be truly universal, unbounded by race, tribe, lineage, or status, desiring it to extend far beyond the narrow confines of economic concerns, where materialist doctrines have so often come to a halt. Social solidarity. A society cannot endure if every individual pursues his absolute freedom without restraint, nor can it thrive on the illusion of an unbounded, unfettered liberation from all constraints, imagining an equality that knows no limits nor conditions. For such a notion, if left unchecked, would not only dismantle society, but would ultimately lead the individual to his own ruin. For the society possesses an overarching interest that necessarily sets boundaries upon individual freedom. And even the individual himself has a personal stake in recognizing limits to his own liberty, lest he be led astray by his desires and impulses into a perilous abyss, lest his freedom collide with the freedom of others, giving rise to endless strife, transforming liberty into torment and affliction, and arresting the advancement of life at the narrow threshold of personal gain. It is precisely this which transpired under capitalist systems, where the unbridled pursuit of pleasure was enshrined as a law of nature, leading to a form of freedom that was no more than a submission to base desires. Islam, however, grants individual freedom in its most sublime form and human equality in its most refined expression. Yet it does not leave them unbridled and chaotic, for society has its due, humanity has its consideration, and the higher objectives of religion hold their weight. Thus Islam establishes the principle of individual responsibility in parallel with personal freedom, and alongside it, a collective responsibility that binds both the individual and the society with mutual obligations. This is what we call social solidarity. Islam enshrines this principle in all its forms and manifestations. There exists solidarity between the individual and his own self, between the individual and his immediate family, between the individual and the broader society, between the nation and other nations, and even between generations past, present, and future. There is solidarity between the individual and his own being, for he is tasked with restraining his desires, purifying his soul, and guiding himself towards righteousness and integrity. He is commanded not to cast himself into perdition. As for he who transgresses and prefers the life of this world, surely the blazing fire shall be his abode. But as for he who fears standing before his Lord and restrains his soul from vain desires, surely paradise shall be his abode. Quran 79, 37, 41. And by the soul and he who proportioned it and inspired it with discernment of its wickedness and its righteousness, he who purifies it has indeed succeeded, and he who corrupts it has indeed failed. Quran 91, 7, 10. And do not cast yourselves into destruction with your own hands. Quran 2, 195. At the same time, he is also tasked with granting himself rightful enjoyment within the bounds that do not corrupt his nature, and with fulfilling his needs of work and rest, so as not to exhaust or weaken himself, and seek in what God has bestowed upon you the life of the hereafter, but do not forget your share of this world. Quran 28, 77. O children of Adam, adorn yourselves at every place of worship and eat and drink, but do not be excessive, for God does not love those who are wasteful. Quran 7:31. Thus, individual responsibility is absolute. Every human being is accountable for his own deeds, whether good or evil, whether virtue or vice. None shall bear the burden of another, neither in this world nor in the hereafter. Every soul is a hostage to what it has earned. Quran 74:38. Has he not been told of what was in the scriptures of Moses and of Abraham, who fulfilled his trust that no soul shall bear the burden of another, and that man shall have only that for which he strives, and that his striving shall be seen, and that he shall then be recompensed with the fullest reward? Quran 53:36, 41. Thus each soul is held accountable for its own deeds. Whoever is guided, it is only for his own soul's benefit, and whoever strays, it is only to his own soul's detriment, and you are not a guardian over them. Quran 39:41. This is how Islam establishes an inner vigilance within each human being, one that calls him to righteousness if he strays, grants him his rightful dues, and holds him accountable for his missteps. Islam thus erects within every individual two selves, one that watches over the other, one that restrains and guides, ensuring a balance between responsibility and freedom. For in Islam, liberty and accountability stand together, supporting and sustaining one another. The bond of kinship and family solidarity. And there exists a solidarity between the individual and his immediate family. And we have enjoined upon man goodness towards his parents. Should one or both of them reach old age in your care, never say to them, nor rebuke them, but speak to them with noble words, and lower to them the wing of humility out of mercy, and say, My Lord, have mercy upon them as they raised me when I was small. Quran 17:23-24. And we have enjoined upon man care for his parents. His mother carried him, weakness upon weakness, and his weaning took 2 years. We said, Give thanks to me and to your parents. Quran 31:14. And those bound by ties of kinship are nearer to one another in the decree of God. Quran 8:75. And mothers shall suckle their children for 2 full years for those who desire to complete the suckling. And upon the father rests their provision and clothing in fairness. No soul shall be burdened beyond its capacity, neither shall a mother be harmed because of her child, nor shall a father be harmed because of his child. Quran 2:233. The value of this solidarity within the family is that it serves as the pillar upon which it stands. For the family is the first building block in the structure of society. There can be no denying its importance. It is founded upon the innate inclinations of human nature, upon the emotions of mercy and affection, and upon the necessities of mutual benefit and need. It is also the nest in which and around which the customs and morals related to gender interactions are formed, customs that, at their core, constitute the very ethics of a society that has risen above animalistic promiscuity and chaotic barbarism. Communism, in its attempt to abolish the family, claimed that it fosters selfishness and possessiveness, obstructing the communal sharing of wealth and the collective ownership of individuals by the state. Yet, as it appears, it has utterly failed in this endeavour. The Russian people remain a family-oriented nation. The family holds a firm place in their hearts and in their history. Moreover, the family is not merely a social institution, it is a biological and psychological necessity as well. The exclusive pairing of a woman with a man is, biologically speaking, the most suitable arrangement for the continuity of the human race. It has been observed that a woman who is passed between multiple men often becomes infertile after a certain period, or her offspring are weak and unhealthy. From a psychological perspective, feelings of love and mercy flourish best within the family structure, far more than under any other system. The development of personality is most soundly nurtured in this environment, better than in any alternative arrangement. Studies conducted in the aftermath of the last war among children raised in orphanages have demonstrated that a child who is cared for by multiple caregivers develops a fragmented personality, lacking emotional stability. Such children do not cultivate feelings of love and cooperation. Similarly, a child who lacks a father figure often suffers from an inferiority complex, escaping reality by imagining a father who does not exist, fashioning him in various forms and images. Yet it is not only biological and psychological factors that affirm the necessity of the family. There are also the demands of necessity and mutual interest that bind a man and a woman together in the formation of a home and the raising of children. Moreover, the relationships between family members create a social unit founded upon mutual support in both ease and hardship, where efforts and rewards are shared across generations. Among the manifestations of familial solidarity in Islam is the inheritance of material wealth, as detailed in the following verses. God enjoins you concerning the inheritance of your children, to the male a portion equal to that of 2 females. But if there are only daughters, 2 or more, then theirs is 2/3 of what is left. And if there is only 1, then hers is half. And for the parents, each one of them receives 1/6 of what he leaves behind if he has a child. But if he has no child and his parents inherit from him, then his mother shall have 1/3. But if he has siblings, then his mother shall have 1/6 after any bequest he may have made or any debt is settled. Your parents and your children, you do not know which of them is nearer to you in benefit. This is an ordinance from God. Indeed, God is all-knowing, all-wise. And for you is half of what your wives leave behind if they have no child. But if they have a child, then for you is a fourth of what they leave, after any bequest they may have made or any debt is settled. And for them is a fourth of what you leave behind if you have no child. But if you have a child, then for them is an eighth of what you leave, after any bequest you may have made or any debt is settled. Quran 4:11-12. They ask you for a ruling. Say, God gives you a ruling concerning one who dies without direct heirs. If a man dies leaving no child but has a sister, then she shall have half of what he left, and he shall inherit from her if she has no child. But if there are two sisters, then they shall have 2/3 of what he left. And if there are brothers and sisters, then the male shall have a share equal to that of 2 females. God makes these laws clear to you, lest you go astray, and God has full knowledge of all things. Quran 4:176. As for the bequest referred to in the first 2 verses, it must not exceed 1/3 of the estate after debts have been settled. Thus, the family remains an essential foundation of human society, not merely as a social construct, but as a deeply rooted biological, psychological and moral necessity. The exclusive pairing of a man and a woman is not merely a cultural preference, but a natural and physiological design for the continuation of life. Observations reveal that a woman who is passed between multiple men often loses her ability to conceive or bears weak offspring. From the standpoint of psychology, love and mercy grow most abundantly within the family environment, more than in any other system. The shaping of personality finds its most stable ground in this context, more than in any alternative structure. Studies conducted during the last war on orphaned children have shown that a child raised by multiple caregivers develops a fragmented and unstable personality, failing to cultivate genuine emotions of love and cooperation. Likewise, a child who grows up without a father often suffers from an inferiority complex, escaping into a world of fantasy in which he imagines a father who does not exist, shaping him in countless forms and images. Thus, Islam upholds the family as a sacred institution, one that ensures not only the survival of the individual but also the stability of society as a whole. It is the cradle of love, the sanctuary of mercy, and the school in which the human soul is nurtured and refined. Biological and psychological factors alone are not the only forces at play. There are also the imperatives of necessity and mutual interest that bind a man and a woman together in the establishment of a home and the nurturing of children. Then there are the ties that unite the members of a single family, forging them into a cooperative social unit, sharing in both good and evil, in toil and recompense from one generation to the next. Among the manifestations of familial solidarity in Islam is the inheritance of material wealth, as detailed in the following divine verses. God enjoins you concerning your children. The male shall have the equal of 2 females' share. But if there are women more than 2, then they shall have 2/3 of what he has left. And if there be only 1, then she shall have half. And to his parents, each one of them 1/6 of what he has left, if he has a child. But if he has no child and his parents inherit from him, then his mother shall have 1/3. But if he has siblings, then his mother shall have 1/6 after any bequest he may have made, or any debt that he owed. Your fathers and your sons you do not know which among them is nearer to you in benefit. This is an ordinance from God. Truly, God is all-knowing, all-wise, and you shall have half of what your wives leave if they have no child. But if they have a child, then you shall have 1/4 after any bequest they may have made, or any debt they owed. And they shall have a fourth of what you leave if you have no child. But if you have a child, then they shall have an eighth, after any bequest you may have made, or any debt you owed. Quran 4:11-12. They ask you for a ruling. Say, God gives you his ruling concerning those who leave no direct heir. If a man dies and has no child, but he has a sister, then she shall have half of what he leaves, and he shall inherit from her if she has no child. But if there are two sisters, then they shall have 2/3 of what he leaves, and if there are brothers and sisters, then the male shall receive the share of 2 females. God makes this clear to you so that you do not err, and God is all-knowing of all things. Quran 4:176. As for the bequest mentioned in the first 2 verses, it is not to exceed 1/3 of the estate, after settling any outstanding debts. Moreover, it is not to be granted to an heir, as indicated by the hadith, there is no bequest for an heir. The purpose of this provision is to address specific cases where familial ties necessitate that the testator extend his generosity to a relative who would otherwise not inherit, and to provide an avenue for the allocation of part of the estate to charitable and benevolent causes. This system, ordained by Islam, is but one of the many manifestations of solidarity within the family unit and across successive generations. Beyond that, it also serves as a means of preventing the excessive accumulation of wealth in a manner that would be detrimental to society, an issue that will be discussed further in the chapter on economic policy. For now, it suffices to say that the Islamic inheritance system establishes balance between effort and reward, between gains and responsibilities within the familial sphere. A father who labours with the awareness that the fruits of his toil will not end with his brief and fleeting life, but will extend to benefit his children and grandchildren, who are, in essence, his natural continuation in this world, will exert his utmost effort and produce to the best of his ability. In this there lies benefit for himself, for the state, and for humanity at large. It also ensures an equitable balance between the labour he expends and the recompense he receives, for his children are but a part of him, in whom he sees his own extension and continuity. As for the children, it is only just that they benefit from the endeavours of their parents. The bond between parents and offspring is not severed, even if the financial inheritance were to be abolished. For parents bequeath to their children not only wealth, but also their physical traits, dispositions and intellectual capacities, attributes that accompany them throughout their lives and shape much of their future, for better or for worse, without them having any choice in the matter. No matter how much effort a society or a state exerts, it cannot bestow upon a child a handsome face if his parents have passed down to him an unappealing one. Nor can it grant him sound nerves and a composed temperament if he has inherited instability and disorder. It cannot extend his lifespan or grant him robust health if his inheritance from his parents is a predisposition to early decay and chronic illness. If he is to inherit all this without choice, then social justice demands that he also inherit the material efforts of his parents, so that there may be some measure of balance between gains and losses. The Quran provides an illustration of this familial solidarity in the story of Moses, peace be upon him, and the righteous servant of God. So they set forth until they came upon the people of a town, and they asked its people for food, but they refused to offer them hospitality. Then they found there a wall that was on the verge of collapse, and he restored it. Moses said, "Had you wished, you could have taken a payment for it." But he replied, "As for the wall, it belonged to 2 orphaned boys in the town, and beneath it lay their treasure. Their father had been a righteous man, so your Lord willed that they should reach maturity and extract their treasure as a mercy from your Lord. And I did not do this of my own accord." Quran 18:77-80. 82. Thus, the children benefited from the righteousness of their father and inherited from him both wealth and virtue and undeniable justice and truth. And if ever there arises a concern that wealth may become confined within a particular circle, the means to rectify this rests in the hands of the Muslim ruler who governs in accordance with God's law. Islam provides mechanisms to ensure this balance, as will be elaborated in the chapter on economic policy. Beyond the family, there exists a broader solidarity between the individual and the community, and between the community and the individual, each bearing responsibilities and each entitled to rights. Islam elevates this concept of solidarity to the degree of unifying personal and collective interests, ensuring both reward and punishment for any failure to fulfill responsibilities in all aspects of life, whether material or spiritual. Every individual is first and foremost accountable for the excellence of their own work. To perfect one's work is an act of worship, for the fruits of individual labor ultimately belong to the community and contribute to its welfare. Say, work, for God will see your deeds, as will his messenger and the believers. Quran 9:105. Every individual is also entrusted with the well-being of the society as though he were its guardian. Life is like a ship upon a vast ocean, and all who sail within it share responsibility for its safety. None has the right to pierce his section of the vessel under the pretext of personal freedom. The Prophet, peace be upon him, illustrated this principle with a parable. The example of those who uphold the limits set by God and those who transgress them is like the example of a group of people who drew lots for their places on a ship. Some were assigned spots on the upper deck, while others were below. When those below needed water, they had to pass by those above. So they said, "If we were to drill a hole in our portion, we would not disturb those above us. If they were left to do as they wished, they would all perish. But if they were restrained, they would be saved, and all would be saved together." And behold, how beautifully interwoven are the interests of individuals, unified in purpose, as opposed to the narrow-mindedness of those who cling to superficial theoretical meanings, blind to the consequences of real-life events. It is a fine delineation of the duty of the individual and the collective in such circumstances, for no soul is exempt from the guardianship of the common good. Every person is both a shepherd and a flock within society. Each of you is a shepherd, and each of you is responsible for his flock. 1. Thus, cooperation among individuals is an obligation for the welfare of the community within the bounds of righteousness and virtue. And help one another in righteousness and piety, but do not help one another in sin and transgression. 2. And let there be among you a community that calls to goodness, enjoins what is right, and forbids what is wrong. 3. Each individual bears personal responsibility in commanding what is right. Should he neglect this duty, he incurs sin and shall face its consequences. Seize him and shackle him, then cast him into the scorching fire. Then bind him in a chain 70 cubits long. Behold, he never believed in God the Most Great, nor did he encourage the feeding of the destitute. Thus he has no friend here today, nor any nourishment save filth, which none shall eat but the sinners. 4. Verily, the failure to urge the feeding of the poor is among the signs of disbelief and denial of faith. Have you seen the one who denies the judgment? That is the one who repels the orphan and does not encourage the feeding of the needy. 5. And every individual is charged with the duty of eradicating wrongdoing whenever he encounters it. Whoever among you sees an evil, let him change it with his hand. If he cannot, then with his tongue, and if he cannot, then with his heart, and that is the weakest of faith. 6. Thus, every person becomes accountable for every act of corruption that occurs within the nation, even if he was not directly complicit in it. For the community is a single body. If one part suffers, the whole is afflicted. And upon every individual lies the duty to defend and safeguard it. A nation as a whole shall bear the consequences of wrongdoing if it remains silent in the face of vice committed by some of its members. It is thus entrusted with the moral obligation to stand as a guardian over every soul within it, And when we desire to destroy a town, we command its affluent ones, and they transgress therein. Thus the decree comes to pass, and we utterly annihilate it. 7. Even if many among them remain innocent of transgression, their silence in the face of corruption renders them deserving of destruction. And beware of a trial that will not afflict only those who have wronged among you exclusively. 8. There is no injustice in this, for a nation in which immorality spreads and wrongdoing is openly committed without being challenged is a nation doomed to decay and dissolution. Its ruin is but a natural consequence, an inevitable fate. Thus did the children of Israel earn the curse upon their tongues of their prophets, and thus did their dominion crumble, their power dissipate, for they neither opposed wrongdoing nor sought to restrain one another from it. Cursed were those among the children of Israel who disbelieved by the tongue of David and Jesus, son of Mary. That was because they disobeyed and transgressed. They did not prevent one another from wrongdoing, they committed how vile was that which they used to do. 9. And in the words of the prophet, when the children of Israel fell into sin, their scholars first sought to forbid them, but they did not desist. So they sat among them, ate and drank with them. Hence God caused their hearts to resemble one another and cursed them upon the tongue of David and Jesus, son of Mary. Then he sat up, having reclined, and said, Nay, by him in whose hand is my soul, you must compel them to the truth. 10. As for the true believers, the Quran describes them thus. The believing men and believing women are guardians of one another. They enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong. 11. Yet some have misunderstood the verse, O you who believe, upon you is your own soul, those who have gone astray cannot hurt you if you are rightly guided. 12. They have taken it as a justification for remaining silent in the face of wrongdoing. But Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, warned against such a misinterpretation, saying, O people, you recite this verse and apply it incorrectly. For I have heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, when people see a wrongdoer and do not restrain him, it is but a short time before God encompasses them all with his punishment. And I've heard him say, no people among whom sins are committed, who have the power to change it but do not, shall be spared from a general punishment by God. 13. This is the true interpretation aligned with the spirit of Islam, which envisions the Muslim community as a single, unified entity, interdependent, mutually responsible. It shall not be harmed if others go astray, so long as it remains steadfast upon righteousness and exerts itself to counteract wrongdoing to the best of its ability. The community bears the responsibility of safeguarding its weakest members, ensuring their well-being, and defending their rights, even to the extent of taking up arms if necessary. And why should you not fight in the cause of God and for the oppressed men, women and children? 14. Moreover, it is entrusted with the wealth of orphans, safeguarding it until they reach maturity. Test the orphans until they reach the age of marriage. If you find them to be of sound judgment, then hand over their wealth to them. Do not consume it wastefully or in haste, fearing they will grow up. If the guardian is rich, let him abstain. If he is poor, let him use it in a fair manner. And when you hand over their wealth to them, call in witnesses, and God suffices as a reckoner. 15. And the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, the one who strives for the widow and the destitute is like one who fights in the way of God, or like one who prays all night and fasts all day. Furthermore, the community is responsible for ensuring that none among its members suffers from hunger or destitution. It must collect and distribute the wealth of zakat to those in need, and if that is insufficient, it must impose a levy upon the capable until the needs of the impoverished are met. If even one person goes to sleep hungry, then the entire nation is accountable before God, unless it has exerted itself in feeding him. Nay, but you do not honour the orphan, nor do you encourage one another to feed the poor, and you consume inheritance greedily and love wealth with immense love. Nay, when the earth is pounded to dust, when your Lord arrives with the angels, rank upon rank, and hell is brought forth on that day, man shall remember, but what good to him will be remembrance? 16. And the prophet said, any people among whom a person goes hungry have forfeited the protection of God. Thus, the Muslim community is as one body. If one part suffers, the whole is afflicted. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, beautifully illustrated this, saying, "The believers in their mutual love, mercy and compassion are like a single body. If one limb suffers, the entire body responds with sleeplessness and fever." 17. And he likened the bond between believers to a sturdy structure, each part strengthening the other. Such is the pinnacle of cooperation and solidarity in life. On this foundation were the limits set in social crimes, with severity intensified, for cooperation can only be established upon the safeguarding of each individual's life, wealth and sanctities within the abode of Islam. Every Muslim is inviolable to another Muslim, his blood, his honor and his wealth. 7. Therefore, retribution was ordained for murder and bodily harm as an equitable recompense. The crime of murder was rendered akin to the crime of disbelief in its gravity of punishment. And whosoever deliberately kills a believer, his requital is hell, to abide therein forever. Quran 4:93. And do not take the life which God has made sacred except in justice. And whosoever is wrongfully slain, we have granted authority to his heir. Quran 17:33. And it was decreed upon them, a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a nose for a nose, an ear for an ear, a tooth for a tooth, and for wounds equal retaliation. Quran 5:45. Thus retribution was not merely a means of justice, but a safeguard of life itself. And in retribution there is life for you, O people of understanding, so that you may become God-conscious. Quran 2:179. For indeed it is life, for it deters the hand from murder, preserves the integrity and cohesion of the community, and halts the cycle of vengeance. Likewise the punishment for adultery was made severe, for in it lies an assault upon chastity, a desecration of sanctity, and the spread of lewdness within society, leading, in time, to its disintegration, the corruption of lineage, and the theft of a father's affection through fraudulent parentage. Thus this punishment was made grave, for the married adulterer and adulteress, stoning; for the unmarried, 100 lashes, often enough to be fatal. The adulteress and the adulterer, flog each of them 100 lashes, and let no compassion for them withhold you from executing God's law, if you truly believe in God and the last day. Quran 24:2. And for those who falsely accuse chaste, believing women and taint their honor with slander, spreading enmity, discord and immorality through mere hearsay, the penalty was set at 80 lashes. And those who accuse chaste women and do not bring forth 4 witnesses, flog them with 80 lashes, and never accept their testimony again. Quran 24:4. Similarly, the punishment for theft was made severe, for it is an assault upon the security, tranquility, and mutual trust within the abode of Islam. The penalty was the amputation of the hand. As for the thief, male or female, cut off their hands as recompense for what they have earned, as an exemplary punishment from God. Quran 5:38. Some may recoil at such a punishment today, perceiving it as excessive for the mere theft of an individual's wealth. Yet Islam, in its wisdom, viewed the greater good of society, its safety, stability, and mutual solidarity. It considered the nature of this crime. It is committed in secrecy, and crimes of secrecy require stringent deterrence, lest they go unchecked. The thief steals to increase his unlawful gain. Thus his punishment amputation was designed to incapacitate him from further illicit acquisition. Yet Islam, in its justice, did not enforce this penalty upon those who steal out of dire necessity to stave off the pangs of hunger for themselves or their children. The general principle remains, but whosoever is compelled by necessity, neither seeking transgression nor exceeding limits, there is no sin upon him. Quran 2:173. And legal penalties are averted in cases of doubt. Avoid imposing penal punishments when there is doubt. Hadith. Hunger itself constitutes such a doubt, a principle exemplified by Umar ibn al-Khattab during his caliphate. As for those who seek to disrupt the public order and threaten the collective security of society, those who wage war against God and his messenger and spread corruption in the land, their recompense is severe, for their conspiracy and collective evil surpass individual crimes and demand firm eradication. Indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against God and his messenger and spread corruption in the land is that they be executed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off on opposite sides, or that they be exiled from the land. Quran 5:33. For such crimes wherein the wicked join forces in rebellion and subversion, their punishment is more severe, for their danger is greater. Thus, Islam mandates social solidarity in all its forms, in harmony with its fundamental view of the unity of purpose between the individual and the collective, and of life's inherent balance and interconnection. It grants the individual complete freedom within limits that neither harm him nor obstruct the well-being of society. At the same time, it ensures the rights of the community, assigning to it corresponding responsibilities so that life may progress upon its righteous path and attain its noble ends, wherein both the individual and society serve one another in mutual fulfillment. Upon these three pillars, absolute spiritual liberation, complete human equality, and firm social solidarity, does social justice stand, and through them is human justice realized. The means of social justice in Islam. Islam works from within the soul, striving for reform from the depths of conscience. Yet it never neglects the practical realities of life, nor the inherent nature of the human soul, its fluctuations, its aspirations and hesitations, its soaring ambitions and earthly constraints, its limited capacity, ever falling short of absolute perfection. With deep knowledge of the soul's recesses, Islam legislates, directs, and sets forth its commands and prohibitions. It establishes its limits and enforces them, while simultaneously calling upon human conscience to rise above mere obligation wherever possible. Life remains viable and righteous so long as we fulfill the obligations of this religion. Yet the Muslim soul continues to ascend the heights of excellence through spiritual elevation and moral refinement. In this way, the spiritual guidance of Islam complements its legal obligations, ensuring that these duties are fulfilled not through coercion, but through willing acceptance, conscious devotion, and heartfelt submission. By this, life attains its noble worth, rising above mere necessity and compulsion, beyond the pressure of law and the burden of obligation. When Islam sought to establish complete social justice, it refused to confine it to mere economic justice or to rely solely on legal obligation. Instead, it made it a comprehensive human justice, built upon two mighty pillars: the inner conscience of the individual and the legal framework of society. It harmonized these forces, stirring the deepest emotions of the human soul without overlooking human frailty and the need for external restraint. As Uthman ibn Affan wisely observed, God restrains people through authority more than he does through the Quran. Whoever examines this religion with insight and fairness will perceive the immense effort it has exerted in refining the human soul from every angle in every circumstance and condition. This is the faith that bestows its highest praise upon its prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, not through wealth, power or conquest, but through character. And indeed, you are of a tremendous character. Quran 68:4. For character is the first pillar in the construction of a strong and cohesive society, in the connection between the earthly and the divine, between the transient and the eternal, within the conscience of the mortal human being. Islam has not withheld its confidence in the human conscience once it has been refined. Rather, it has appointed it as a guardian over its legislations, entrusted with their implementation and preservation. Many of these legislations are placed under its guarantee testimony, being the very foundation for the establishment of legal penalties in numerous instances, as well as for the verification of rights. And testimony is a matter whose essence lies in individual conscience and in the awareness of God's watchful gaze over that conscience. And those who accuse chaste women and do not bring 4 witnesses flog them with 80 lashes and never accept their testimony ever after, for they are indeed the ungodly. 24:4. And those who accuse their wives yet have no witnesses except themselves, then the testimony of one of them shall be to swear by God 4 times that he is indeed truthful, and the 5th time to invoke God's curse upon himself if he be among the liars. But it shall avert the punishment from her if she swears by God 4 times that he is indeed among the liars, and the 5th time to invoke God's wrath upon herself if he be among the truthful. 24:6-9. Even when the command is given to document transactions in writing, testimony is made obligatory. O you who believe, When you contract a debt for a fixed term, record it in writing, and let a scribe write it down with fairness between you. No scribe shall refuse to write as God has taught him, so let him write. And let the one who incurs the debt dictate, and let him fear God, his sustainer, and not diminish anything from it. But if the debtor is weak of mind, or infirm, or unable to dictate himself, then let his guardian dictate in fairness. And bring 2 witnesses from among your men. But if there are not 2 men, then 1 man and 2 women of those whom you approve as witnesses, so that if one of them errs, the other may remind her. 282. And testimony is a duty and an obligation from the outset. And let not the witnesses refuse when they are summoned. 282. It is also a duty and an obligation in judicial proceedings, and do not conceal testimony, for whoever conceals it, his heart is sinful. 283. Thus, trust is placed in human conscience even in matters of legal penalties, which may reach as severe as flogging and stoning, as well as in financial rights alike. Such trust is necessary to uphold human dignity and to elevate it to the noble status required. Yet Islam did not leave this conscience to itself, while entrusting it with such grave responsibilities, appointing it as the guardian over the execution of divine ordinances and obligations. Rather, it called upon it to rise above the mere dictates of the law. It placed over it a vigilant overseer, an ever-present awareness of God's omniscience, and portrayed his watchfulness in singularly striking and profound imagery. No secret discourse takes place among 3, but that he is the 4th, nor among 5, but that he is the 6th, nor fewer than that, nor more, but that he is with them wherever they may be. Then, on the day of resurrection, he will inform them of what they did. Indeed, God has full knowledge of everything. 58:7. Indeed, we created man, and know what his soul whispers to him, and we are closer to him than his jugular vein. When the 2 recording angels receive, seated to the right and to the left, not a word does he utter, but that with him is an observer ever ready. 50:16-18. For he knows the secret, and what is yet more hidden. 20:7. He has thus given glad tidings and warnings alike, making every deed accountable in both this world and the hereafter. There is no escape from its consequences, no evasion from its recompense. And we shall set up the scales of justice for the day of resurrection, so that no soul shall be wronged in the least, and if it be but the weight of a mustard seed, we shall bring it forth, and sufficient are we as reckoners. 21:47. When the earth is shaken with its final quake, and the earth brings forth its burdens, and man says, "What is the matter with it?" On that day it will recount all its tidings, for your Lord will have inspired it. On that day people will come forth in scattered groups to be shown their deeds, so whoever does an atom's weight of good shall see it, and whoever does an atom's weight of evil shall see it. 99:1-8. Thus, a vigilant consciousness of piety is established over this conscience, rendering it a worthy instrument for ensuring the faithful execution of all that the divine law has prescribed in terms of ordinances and obligations. Built upon this conscience, which Islam has nurtured, and upon the legislation that its divine law has established, the foundations of social justice have been laid. By means of this dual mechanism, Islam has succeeded in creating a society that is balanced and harmonious in its very essence. In a forthcoming chapter we shall present examples of this social order, but for now let us content ourselves with examining a single instance of this methodology in legislation and moral guidance, one that bears a profound connection to the central theme of this book, the institution of zakah, mandatory almsgiving, and voluntary charity. Islam has ordained zakah as a right, an inviolable due upon the wealth of the affluent, to be given to those in need, a right that the Islamic State is bound to collect in accordance with divine law and by the authority of the ruler. Yet, Islam does not stop at compulsion. Rather, it stirs the conscience towards fulfilling this duty so that it may become a voluntary and heartfelt act of devotion from those who possess the means to give. For zakah is one of the pillars of Islam and an indispensable necessity of faith. Successful indeed are the believers those who humble themselves in prayer, those who turn away from meaningless talk and those who fulfill the obligation of zakah. 23:1-4. These are the verses of the clear book, a guidance and glad tidings for the believers who establish prayer and give zakah, and who have sure faith in the hereafter. 27:1-3. And as for the idolaters, who deny the life to come, they are the very ones who withhold zakah. Woe to the idolaters, those who do not give zakah and who reject the hereafter. 41:6-7. Moreover, the payment of zakah is a means to attain divine mercy. Establish prayer, give zakah, and obey the messenger so that you may receive mercy. 24:56. Victory, too, is promised to those who fulfill this obligation and discharge their duty towards society, for they become deserving of divine support and empowerment upon this earth. Indeed, God will surely aid those who aid his cause, for, verily, God is all-powerful, almighty. Those who, if we establish them in the land, establish prayer, give zakah, enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong. 22:40-41. And zakah is not unique to Islam. It is a timeless ordinance enjoined by all prophets before. And remember Ishmael in the book, he was true to his promise, and he was a messenger and a prophet. He enjoined upon his people prayer and zakah, and he was pleasing to his Lord. 1954-55. Terrible indeed is the fate of those who neglect this sacred duty. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Whomever God grants wealth, yet he does not pay its due, zakah, on the day of resurrection it shall appear before him as a bald-headed serpent, with 2 black spots over its eyes, coiling around him, seizing his jaws, and declaring, 'I am your wealth, I am your hoarded treasure.'" A vision truly terrifying, a warning most dire. This zakah is a divinely ordained right, imposed by the force of sacred law, meticulously apportioned in wealth according to a precise measure. Yet beside it stands sadaqah, charity, entrusted entirely to the conscience of the individual, without limit or calculation. It is the whisper of the heart and the sentiment of the soul, the fruit of compassion and brotherhood values to which Islam has accorded the utmost care in its pursuit of human solidarity and social cohesion. It is a path that calls upon personal awareness of duty and an inner sense of mercy, thereby fulfilling 2 profound objectives: the refinement of the soul's higher faculties and the strengthening of the bonds of human fellowship. Indeed, Islam envisions this compassion as a universal principle, transcending the confines of religious brotherhood. Thus the Quran proclaims, "God does not forbid you to act kindly and justly towards those who have not fought against you on account of your faith, nor driven you from your homes." 68. And the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Show mercy to those on earth, and he who is in the heavens will have mercy upon you." Herein lies the supreme example of untainted human compassion, free even from the prejudices of faith. Yet Islam takes an even greater stride, extending mercy to all beings that pulsate with life. The noble prophet said, "A man was once walking along a path when he was overcome by thirst. He found a well, descended into it, and drank. As he emerged, he saw a dog panting from thirst, licking the dust in desperation. The man said to himself, 'This creature is suffering thirst just as I did.' So he descended once more, filled his shoe with water, held it between his teeth as he climbed out, and gave the dog to drink. And God was pleased with him and forgave his sins." They asked, "O Messenger of God, is there a reward for us even in kindness to animals?" He replied, "Yes, in every living being there is a reward." And he also said, "A woman entered hell for having confined a cat. She neither fed it nor allowed it to seek sustenance from the earth." Thus, mercy in Islam is the very foundation and hallmark of faith, the unmistakable sign that the heart has been touched by this religion, and that its light has penetrated deep within. Charity as a path to divine favour. Upon this foundation, Islam calls toward acts of charity and righteousness, inspiring hearts to give freely, seeking only the pleasure of God. It promises divine acceptance in this world and an eternal reward in the hereafter, while warning of his displeasure upon those who withhold. Glad tidings, then, to the humble ones who give of their wealth in devotion to him, and give glad tidings to the humble those whose hearts tremble at the remembrance of God, who patiently endure whatever befalls them, who establish prayer and spend from what we have provided them. 22:34, 35. A deeply stirring image, one that the Quran paints anew in another passage. Truly, those who believe in our signs are they who, when reminded of them, fall down in prostration and extol the praises of their Lord without arrogance. They forsake their beds at night, calling upon their Lord in fear and in hope, and they spend from what we have provided them. And no soul knows what joy is kept hidden for them as a reward for what they used to do. 32:15, 17. And how beautifully does the Quran depict the spirit of selflessness that animated the people of Medina when they welcomed the emigrants from Mecca, opening their homes and sharing their wealth with boundless generosity. And those who had settled in the land before them, firmly rooted in faith, love those who have migrated to them and find no hesitation in their hearts regarding what they have been given. Rather, they prefer others over themselves, even if they themselves are in need. And whoever is saved from the greed of his own soul, it is they who shall find true success. 59:9. A portrait of true humanity in its most sublime form. Yet there is another scene, no less radiant in its beauty and tenderness, a small household of God's devoted servants, whom some sources identify as Ali, Fatima, and their family. They fulfill their vows and fear a day whose evil shall spread far and wide, and they give food despite their love for it to the needy, the orphan, and the captive, saying, "We feed you only for the sake of God. We desire neither recompense nor gratitude from you. Indeed, we fear from our Lord a day of distress and hardship." So God shielded them from the evil of that day and granted them radiant joy. And as a reward for their patience, he bestowed upon them paradise and garments of silk. Reclining therein upon adorned couches, they shall see neither scorching heat nor bitter cold. And its shade shall be close above them, and its fruit shall hang low within reach. And silver vessels shall be passed around them, goblets like crystal of silver, measured with perfect precision. And they shall be given to drink a cup infused with zanjabil, from a spring therein called salsabil. And youths, everlasting in their beauty, shall serve them when you see them. You would think them scattered pearls, and when you look around you shall behold bliss and a kingdom vast. Upon them shall be garments of fine green silk and rich brocade, adorned with bracelets of silver, and their Lord shall give them to drink a pure drink. Truly, this is your reward, and your effort has been appreciated. 76:7-22. Charity as a divine investment. In Islam, charity is likened to an investment with God, one that is guaranteed to yield manifold returns. Who is it that will lend to God a goodly loan, which he will multiply for him, and for him shall be a noble reward? 57:11. Indeed, those men and women who give in charity and lend to God a goodly loan, it shall be multiplied for them, and for them shall be a generous reward. 57:18. Or it is an everlasting trade, one that shall never suffer loss. Truly, those who recite the Book of God establish prayer and spend from what we have provided them. Secretly and openly they hope for a transaction that shall never perish, so that he may grant them their reward in full and increase them from his bounty. Truly, he is most forgiving, most appreciative. 35:29-30. In any case, charity carries no loss, nor does it bring injustice. Whatever wealth you spend in charity is for your own benefit, and you spend not except seeking the countenance of God. And whatever wealth you spend shall be repaid unto you in full, and you shall not be wronged. 2:272. And in the hereafter a magnificent reward awaits the generous ones. And hasten toward forgiveness from your Lord, and a paradise as vast as the heavens and the earth, prepared for the God-conscious, those who spend in both ease and hardship, who restrain their anger, and who pardon others. For God loves those who do good. 134. Finally, charity is not merely a financial act. It purifies both wealth and soul. The messenger of God was commanded to take from those who had sinned and repented a portion of their wealth as an act of purification. And there are others who have acknowledged their sins, having mixed righteous deeds with others that were evil. It may be that God will turn to them in mercy. Indeed, God is oft forgiving, most merciful. Take from their wealth a charity to purify them and cause them to grow thereby, and pray for them indeed. Your prayer is a source of tranquility for them, and God is all-hearing, all-knowing. 9, 102, 103. Spending in charity is in harmony with faithfulness to the covenant of God, with reverence for him, and with fear of the reckoning to come. It is a sign of wisdom and discernment. To withhold it is to sever that which God has commanded to be joined. It is a form of betrayal, a breach of the covenant, and a corruption upon the earth. Only those who are endowed with insight take heed, those who fulfill their covenant with God and do not break their pledge, and those who maintain the bonds that God has enjoined to be upheld, and who stand in awe of their Lord and fear the severity of the reckoning, and those who patiently persevere, seeking the countenance of their Lord, and who establish prayer and spend from what we have provided for them both secretly and openly, and who repel evil with good. There shall be the ultimate abode, gardens of eternity which they shall enter, together with the righteous among their forefathers, their spouses, and their offspring. And the angels shall come unto them from every gate, saying, Peace be upon you for all that you have endured. How excellent is the final abode! But as for those who break their covenant with God, after having pledged it, and sever that which God has commanded to be joined, and spread corruption upon the earth, upon them shall be the curse, and theirs shall be a wretched dwelling. 3. To withhold charity in the path of God is to invite destruction. And spend in the way of God, and do not cast yourselves into ruin with your own hands. 4. This ruin is twofold, an individual calamity wherein the miser exposes himself to divine punishment in the hereafter and to the wrath of his fellow men in this world, and a collective calamity whereby the refusal to give breeds disparity, injustice, discord, and resentment, leading to the weakening and eventual disintegration of society. To withhold good is an act of aggression. Cast into hell every stubborn denier of truth, every withholder of good, every transgressor consumed by doubt. 5. And do not obey every contemptible habitual oath-taker, every slanderer, every malicious gossip-monger, every withholder of good, every transgressor steeped in sin. 6. Such a one transgresses against the right of God, the right of society, and the right of his own soul as a member of the community. Righteousness leads to paradise, and it is by righteousness that the believer overcomes the great obstacle that stands in his way. And what is this obstacle but the emancipation of the enslaved and the feeding of the hungry in times of distress and hardship? And what could make you comprehend what the obstacle is? It is the freeing of a slave, or the feeding on a day of hunger of an orphan near of kin, or a destitute man lying in the dust. 7. Conversely, to withhold righteousness leads to the fire, and those who do so shall find themselves among the deniers. What has brought you into the hellfire? They shall say, We were not among those who prayed, nor did we feed the poor, but we used to indulge in idle talk along with those who engaged in it, and we used to deny the day of judgment until certainty came upon us. 8. And let not those who hoard what God has given them of his bounty think it is good for them, nay, it is evil for them. They shall have the wealth they hoarded hung around their necks on the day of resurrection. And those who amass gold and silver and do not spend it in the way of God, give them tidings of a painful torment, on the day when it shall be heated in the fire of hell, and therewith their foreheads, their sides, and their backs shall be branded. It shall be said unto them, This is what you hoarded for yourselves. Taste then what you used to hoard. 9. The hoarding of wealth is not merely the withholding of the obligatory alms, for charity and spending in the way of God are frequently mentioned separately from zakat, indicating that the former is an unrestricted act of generosity, while the latter is a prescribed obligation. Abu Umama, may God be pleased with him, reported that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, O son of Adam, if you spend what is beyond your need, it is better for you, but if you withhold it, it is worse for you. 10. And Baal, may God be pleased with him, narrated that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Spend and do not hoard, and when asked, do not withhold. Bilal asked, O Messenger of God, how can I do that? The Prophet replied, It is either that or the fire. 11. Indeed, the punishment for miserliness may manifest even in this world, as a chastisement for those who withhold and deprive others of good. The Quran presents us with a parable, a brief yet profound account of a people who once owned a flourishing garden from which they would provide for the needy. But then they resolved to hoard its fruits for themselves, and so the decree of God came upon them, stripping their orchard bare, leaving them in regret and ruin. Indeed, we tested them as we tested the owners of the orchard when they swore that they would gather its fruits at dawn without making any allowance for the poor. Then a calamity from your Lord swept through it while they slept, and by morning it was as though it had been harvested to the ground. At dawn they called upon one another, "Go early to your field, if you would reap its fruits." So they set forth, whispering among themselves, "Let no poor man enter upon it today." And they went forth, certain in their power. But when they beheld it, they said, "Indeed, we have gone astray, nay, rather we have been deprived." Then the most just among them said, "Did I not tell you to glorify your Lord?" They answered, "Glory be to our Lord. Verily we were among the wrongdoers." Then they turned upon one another, blaming each other. They said, "Woe unto us! Truly we were transgressors. Perhaps our Lord will grant us something better in its place, for indeed we turn to him in repentance." Such is the punishment in this world, but the punishment of the hereafter is even greater, if only they knew. 12. Thus does the Quran call upon people to give freely before it is too late. Say to my servants who believe, establish prayer and spend from what we have provided for them, both secretly and openly, before a day comes in which there shall be no bargaining and no friendship. 13. And spend from what we have provided for you before death comes to one of you, and he says, "My Lord, if only you would grant me respite for a little while, then I would give in charity and be among the righteous." But God grants no respite to any soul once its term has come to an end. 14. And he warns them against miserliness, lest their attachment to wealth and offspring lead them astray. For these are but a trial, while the true reward lies with God. Your wealth and your children are but a trial, but with God is a tremendous reward. So be conscious of God as much as you can, and listen and obey and spend. It is better for your souls. And whosoever is saved from the covetousness of his soul, it is they who shall prosper. 15. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, made charity an obligation upon every Muslim, even upon those who possess nothing. When asked how such a man should give, he replied, "Let him work with his hands, benefit himself, and give in charity. And if he is unable to do so, then let him assist the one in need, the one in distress, and if he cannot do even that, then let him refrain from evil, for that too is charity." 16. Thus are all people made equal in their duty to give each according to his means, each according to his ability. And the doors of spending revolve around necessity and its contexts. Thus those closest to us are most deserving of kindness. Yet others are not forsaken. They too are mentioned alongside kin when exhorting virtue. For benevolence towards them is a human sentiment, preceding even the bonds of kinship. And often righteousness is linked to faith, for faith's essence, as we have mentioned before, is conveyed in the divine command, "Worship God alone, and ascribe no partners unto him, and act with excellence towards parents, kinsfolk, orphans, the destitute, the neighbour who is near and the neighbour who is distant, the companion at your side, the wayfarer, and those whom your right hands possess." Verily, God does not love those who are arrogant and boastful, those who hoard wealth and enjoin others to miserliness while concealing what God has bestowed upon them out of his bounty. And we have prepared for the disbelievers a humiliating chastisement. 4:36-37. And when they ask you, "What should we spend?" say, "Whatever good you spend, let it be for parents, kinsfolk, orphans, the needy, and the wayfarer. And whatever good you do, truly God knows it well." 2:215. Thus, the neighbour and the companion are joined with parents and kindred, just as the orphan, the needy, and the wayfarer are bound to them all. They stand together, even those who may have wronged us, as in the case of Mistah, a relative of Abu Bakr, who took part in the slander against Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Yet Islam calls for forgiveness towards them and forbids their deprivation. When Abu Bakr, in the heat of his righteous anger, swore to withhold his charity from Mr., God revealed the verse. Let not those of virtue and wealth among you swear to withhold giving to kinsfolk, the needy, and those who have emigrated in the path of God. Let them pardon and overlook. Do you not wish that God should forgive you? 24:22. Thus does Islam elevate the human spirit to noble heights, ennobling humanity across all ages, so that it may take pride in such virtues in the past, the present, and the future, as God wills. And then it raises the very concept of righteousness itself, making it a form of devotion to God, painting it in the most sublime imagery. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Verily, on the day of judgment, God, the Almighty and Majestic, will say, O son of Adam, I was ill, yet you did not visit me. The man will say, O Lord, how could I visit you when you are the Lord of all worlds? God will reply, Did you not know that my servant so-and-so was ill, yet you did not visit him? Did you not know that had you visited him, you would have found me there? O son of Adam, I asked you for food, but you did not feed me. The man will say, O Lord, how could I feed you when you are the sustainer of all creation? God will reply, Did you not know that my servant so-and-so asked you for food, yet you did not feed him? Did you not know that had you fed him, you would have found that with me? O son of Adam, I asked you for water, yet you did not give me to drink. The man will say, O Lord, how could I give you water when you are the Lord of all existence? God will reply, Did you not know that my servant so-and-so asked you for water, yet you did not give him to drink? Did you not know that had you given him to drink, you would have found that with me? Muslim. And then, Islam lays down ethical principles for charity, elevating it beyond an act of condescension from the giver to the receiver, and beyond the taint of ostentation born of an unworthy sentiment. For charity, if it descends to such motives, or follows with reminders of favour and injury to the recipient, ceases to be a noble deed. It becomes a vile act that wounds the soul, degrades the conscience, and harms society in its individuals and its bonds alike. There is nothing more piercing to the human spirit than reproach linked to kindness, nor anything more corrupting to the heart than charity tainted with hypocrisy. Islam therefore seeks to uplift both the giver and the receiver, ensuring that generosity remains untainted and that dignity is preserved. The parable of those who spend their wealth in the path of God is like that of a grain that sprouts 7 ears, in each ear 100 grains, and God multiplies for whom he wills, for God is infinite and all-knowing. Those who spend their wealth in the path of God and do not follow their charity with reminders of generosity or injury, such shall have their reward with their Lord, and no fear shall be upon them, nor shall they grieve. A kind word and forgiveness are better than charity followed by harm, and God is self-sufficient, most forbearing. O you who believe, do not nullify your charity with reminders of favour and injury, like one who spends his wealth to be seen by people, yet does not believe in God and the last day. His parable is like that of a smooth rock covered with dust. When a heavy rain falls upon it, it is left bare. They shall have no power over what they earned, and God does not guide the disbelieving people. But the parable of those who spend their wealth seeking the pleasure of God and to strengthen their souls is like that of a garden on a high ground. If heavy rain falls upon it, it yields double its fruits, and if no rain falls, then even a drizzle suffices. And God sees all that you do. Would any of you wish to have a garden of date palms and vines, with rivers flowing beneath it, bearing all kinds of fruits then, when old age befalls him, and he has weak offspring, a fiery whirlwind descends upon it and reduces it to ashes? Thus does God make his signs clear to you, so that you may reflect. 261-266. For this reason, Islam encourages the concealment of charity, urging that it be given in secret to the needy, preserving their dignity on one hand, and safeguarding the giver from vanity and pride on the other. If you disclose your charity, it is well, but if you conceal it and give it to the poor, it is better for you. 271. And the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, praised the man who gives charity so discreetly that his left hand does not know what his right hand has given an eloquent and exquisite depiction of humility and generosity, where righteousness is performed without boastfulness or self-glorification. Islam acknowledges the innate human attachment to wealth and the self's tendency towards avarice, for God has declared, "And the souls are gripped by greed." 4:128. Yet, Islam addresses this trait with psychological refinement, employing encouragement and warning, exhortation and imagery, until it achieves its aim. It calls upon the reluctant soul to give, even from that which is most dear to it. You shall never attain true righteousness until you spend from that which you love. 3:92. And thus the soul responds, seeking out the finest of its possessions to offer in charity. And in this way, Islam reaches the pinnacle of generosity, the most arduous of sacrifices, and the noblest of altruism, flowing from the depths of sincerity. In doing so, it raises man above his own self, allowing the spirit of transcendence to triumph over necessity and the call of conscience to prevail over the pull of instinct. This, in itself, is a lofty human ideal, worthy of all striving. How noble, then, is its realization within society, creating solidarity between the able and the deprived, forging balance, combating deprivation, and shaping a harmonious, cooperative, and wholesome community. Upon this path, which we have expounded through an extended illustration, does Islam proceed. It places great emphasis on inner conviction whenever it lays down obligations, limiting duties to what is essential for the well-being of society and within the capacity of the general populace. Yet it simultaneously appeals to the conscience, urging the soul to rise above mere obligation whenever possible, so that human life may be ever drawn upward by a thread of ascent. And it leaves vast space between the minimum required and the highest ideal, wherein individuals and generations may compete across the expanse of time and centuries. It is upon this same path that Islam has pursued the realization of social justice. In the following 2 chapters of this book, we shall provide a detailed discussion of the governance of the state and the management of wealth, 2 domains wherein the fundamental means of Islam are manifest. Legislation and guidance, both serving as instruments for the attainment of supreme justice in every aspect of life. This approach bore its full fruits in the dawn of Islam and continued to bear them throughout the 14 centuries that followed. And assuredly it remains capable of yielding them once more in both present and future, whenever it is truly understood, whenever it is directed towards its rightful purpose, and whenever people tread its straight and unwavering path. The governance of the state in Islam. Any discourse on social justice in Islam must inevitably touch upon the governance of the state. For as we have previously stated, justice in Islam extends to every sphere of life, to every form of human endeavour, and to both material and spiritual values, blending them together in a harmonious unity. The governance of the state is intrinsically connected to all of this. Moreover, it is the entity ultimately responsible for implementing divine legislation, overseeing the well-being of society in all its dimensions, ensuring justice and balance, and distributing wealth according to the principles laid down by Islam. A discussion of governance in Islam is vast and requires a dedicated study of its own. However, since our purpose in this book is to focus on social justice within the framework of governance, we shall endeavour as much as possible to limit our examination to this particular dimension. Yet, the challenge of studying Islam lies in the fact that all its aspects are intricately interwoven. There is no separation between them. This religion is a unified whole. Worship and transactions, governance and economic policy, law and moral guidance, belief and conduct, this world and the hereafter, all are seamlessly integrated into a single cohesive system. It is difficult to isolate one part for discussion without inevitably being drawn into the others. Nonetheless, we shall attempt to do so to the best of our ability. There are some who, when discussing the Islamic system, whether in its social structure or in its form of governance, strive to establish parallels and similarities between it and the various systems that human civilization has known, both ancient and modern, before and after Islam. Some even believe that they strengthen Islam's position by drawing these comparisons, as if Islam requires validation through resemblance to other systems. Yet, such an endeavour betrays an inner sense of defeat before human-made systems that were devised in isolation from God. Islam neither takes pride in its resemblance to these systems, nor does it suffer from the absence of such resemblance. For Islam presents to humanity a model of governance that is unique and unparalleled in any of the systems known to the world, whether before or after its advent. Islam has never sought, nor does it seek, to imitate any other system or to establish links or similarities between itself and them. Rather, it has chosen its own distinct and singular path, offering humanity a complete and comprehensive solution to all its concerns. It is true that, in the course of history, human systems may at times align with Islam and at other times diverge from it. Yet Islam itself remains an independent and self-sufficient system, uninfluenced by these transient points of convergence or departure. Such intersections or divergences are incidental and pertain only to scattered details. They hold no significance compared to Islam's fundamental worldview and unique conceptual framework. Islam possesses its own essential vision, from which its particulars are derived, some of which may occasionally coincide with elements found in other systems, while others remain distinct. Regardless of these superficial intersections or differences, Islam continues on its own path, unshaken and unparalleled. The foundational principle upon which the Islamic system is built differs entirely from the principles upon which all human-devised systems rest. Islam is founded upon the absolute sovereignty of God alone. He alone is the lawgiver. In contrast, all other systems are founded upon the sovereignty of man, whereby human beings legislate for themselves. These are two fundamentally irreconcilable principles. Consequently, the Islamic system does not align with any other system, nor is it appropriate to describe it in terms other than its own. It is not the role of a sincere Islamic scholar, when presenting the Islamic system, to seek out parallels and points of agreement between it and any other system, whether ancient or modern. Such superficial comparisons, aside from being incidental and fragmentary, arise from coincidences in minor details rather than from a shared fundamental vision. They do not add strength to Islam, as some who suffer from an inferiority complex might imagine. The correct approach is to present the foundations of Islam for their own sake, with full conviction that they are complete and self-sufficient, whether they align with all other systems or stand apart from them entirely. To seek validation for Islam by drawing parallels with other systems is, as we have stated, a sign of inner defeat, something no true Muslim scholar who has a deep understanding of this faith and an earnest commitment to its study. Throughout history, the world has witnessed the emergence and evolution of various systems, yet the Islamic system is not merely one among them. It is not a fusion of multiple systems, nor is it derived from them collectively. Rather, it stands as an independent and self-sustaining system, distinguished by its unique vision and methods. It must be presented as such on its own terms, for it was born independently, and it has charted its own course independently. For these reasons, I could never accept Dr. Taha Hussein's characterization of the Muslim world as the Islamic Empire, nor his assertion that Islam is imperial. Nothing could be further from an accurate understanding of Islam's true essence than to describe it as imperial, no matter how one attempts to differentiate between the concept of an Islamic empire and the conventional notion of empire. There is no greater misinterpretation of Islam's spirit than to suggest that it is imperialistic in nature. Likewise, there is no greater misunderstanding of the true nature of relationships within the Muslim world than to refer to it as an Islamic empire. It is indeed strange that Dr. Haykal, in his discourse on the governance of Islam during the lives of Muhammad, Abu Bakr al-Siddiq or Umar al-Faruq, touches upon the profound and intrinsic divergence between the nature of Islam and that of all other systems known to mankind. Yet he is drawn unconsciously into employing expressions that do not truly reflect this distinction, expressions dictated by the powerful influence of foreign conceptions, by superficial resemblances between Islam and imperial rule, and by his failure to perceive the fundamental chasm that separates a system founded upon the sole sovereignty of God from one based upon the sovereignty of man. Perhaps the outward appearance of the Islamic world, comprising diverse regions of varying ethnicities and cultures, all governed from a central authority, has led some to liken it to an empire. But this resemblance is purely external and of no real consequence. What truly matters is the perspective of this central authority towards the lands under its rule and the nature of its relationship with them. Anyone who studies the spirit of Islam and its approach to governance will find it to be utterly unlike any empire the world has ever known. For Islam establishes absolute equality among Muslims across all lands, rejecting all forms of racial, national, or regional chauvinism. In accordance with this spirit, Islam does not regard its provinces as colonies, nor as sources of exploitation, nor as tributaries that must pour their wealth into the centre for its sole benefit. Rather, each province is an integral part of the body of the Islamic world, whose people enjoy the same rights as those of the central authority. If a province is governed by a ruler appointed from the central Islamic authority, he does so not as a colonial governor, but as a Muslim entrusted with leadership by virtue of his merit and righteousness. Indeed, many of the lands that came under Islam's dominion were often governed by their own people, provided they were deemed fit for the task in accordance with Islamic principles. Likewise, the revenues collected from these lands were first spent locally for their own welfare. Only what remained was sent to the treasury of the Muslim community, Bait al-Mal, to be distributed among all Muslims whenever the need arose, rather than being hoarded for the benefit of the central authority, even if the provinces themselves were to suffer from want. Such was the way of Islam, in stark contrast to the practices of imperial powers throughout history. All of this makes the difference between the Islamic world, or, more precisely, the Ummah, and an empire vast and unmistakable. To describe Islam as an empire is to succumb to a terminology alien to its essence and history. It would be far more accurate to say that Islam possessed a universal vision, one that embodied a powerful idea of the unity of mankind, seeking to gather all of humanity under its banner in equality and brotherhood. Dr. Taha Hussein was far more precise in his expression when, in the introduction to his book, Al-Fitna al-Kubra, Uthman, he discussed the Islamic system of governance in comparison to all other systems. He recognized that Islam in its very essence was fundamentally distinct from all of them. This is indeed the truth when one looks beyond superficial similarities to the core spirit and nature of Islamic rule. Yet Dr. Taha Hussein takes this observation as a premise for a far more perilous conclusion, that Islam, in the form it took during the time of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the two rightly guided caliphs after him, was nothing more than an anomaly in history, a fleeting moment that humanity could not hope to sustain for long. This is the very argument that Orientalists and their disciples in the Muslim world have adopted as a prelude to their claim that Islam is unfit to serve as a system of governance in the modern age. Similarly, I cannot bring myself to accept the discourse of those who speak of the socialism of Islam or the democracy of Islam, for such terminology is nothing but a confusion between a system ordained by God, perfect and complete, and human-made systems, bearing the flaws and limitations inherent in all that is crafted by man. These human ideologies fluctuate between deficiency and excellence, between error and truth, between weakness and strength, between caprice and justice, whereas the divine system of Islam is free from all such imperfections, an all-encompassing order upon which falsehood can never encroach, neither from before it nor from behind it. Islam offers independent solutions to the problems of humanity, deriving them from its unique worldview, its distinct methodology, its foundational principles, and its unparalleled means. When engaging in discourse on Islam, we must not subject it to the frameworks of other ideologies or attempt to interpret it through external theories. Islam is a self-sufficient paradigm, a harmonious whole. Any foreign element introduced into it can only serve to corrupt it, much like a finely tuned mechanism, where even the slightest alien component disrupts its function and mars its perfection. I find it necessary to articulate this point here, for many minds steeped in foreign doctrines have unwittingly absorbed ideas that are alien to the Islamic framework. They imagine that by infusing Islam with elements of these ideologies, they are strengthening it when, in reality, they are only weakening its spirit, obstructing its natural dynamism, and, at the deepest level, exhibiting an unconscious sense of defeat, even if they do not openly acknowledge it. The Islamic system is founded upon two fundamental principles, both derived from its holistic conception of divinity, the universe, life, and man. 1. The unity of humanity in origin, nature, and purpose. 2. The universality of Islam as the only system acceptable to God because he accepts no religion other than Islam. And in the Islamic understanding, religion is not merely a set of rituals or beliefs, but the comprehensive framework that governs all aspects of life. As for the unity of humanity in essence, nature, and origin, we have already discussed it in detail when addressing the foundations of social justice in Islam. As for the universality of Islam as the divinely ordained way of life, it stems from the truth that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is the messenger of God to all of mankind, the seal of the prophets, and the bearer of the most upright and perfected way of life. And we have not sent you except as a messenger to all of mankind. Quran 34:28. And we have not sent you except as a mercy to all the worlds. Quran 21:107. Muhammad is the messenger of God and the seal of the prophets. Quran 33:40. Today I have perfected your religion for you, completed my favor upon you, and chosen for you Islam as your way of life. Quran 5:3. Indeed, this Quran guides to that which is most upright. Quran 17:9. In the Islamic conception, religion is synonymous with what modern terminology would call a system, yet with a meaning far more comprehensive, encompassing creed in the heart, morality in conduct, and law in society. All these elements are integral to the concept of din in Islam. Hence, no system can be acceptable to God or endorsed by Islam unless it is derived from the Islamic doctrinal worldview, embodied in regulations and legislations drawn exclusively from the Sharia. More important than all of this, however, is that those who uphold this system must submit to the exclusive divinity and lordship of God, refraining from arrogating to themselves the right to enact laws and ordinances, for in Islam this right belongs to God alone. And it is at this very point that the Islamic system diverges fundamentally from all human-made systems. Nevertheless, Islam does not compel others to embrace it. There shall be no compulsion in religion, for truth stands out clear from falsehood. Quran 2:256. Rather, it grants them the utmost freedom and protection in the practice of their religious rites. Such is its sensitivity to this principle that it mandates upon Muslims alone the obligations of zakah and jihad, while imposing upon the dhimmis a compensatory tax, the jizyah, in return for their participation in the protection of the Islamic State and its expenses. Yet, Islam does not designate this tax as zakah, nor does it require from them military service unless they themselves willingly choose to partake, for zakah is an Islamic obligation, an act of worship specific to Muslims. Islam does not seek to coerce dhimmis into performing a religious duty that is not theirs. Thus, it takes financial contributions from them solely in their material capacity, stripping it of the devotional aspect inherent in zakah. Likewise, it exempts them from military service, though they enjoy the security and prosperity of the Islamic realm. This is the pinnacle of justice and sensitivity in dealing with others. And when Islam grants others such freedom, it does so in accordance with its universal spirit. It remains ever confident that, if people are allowed to contemplate Islam with clarity of mind without the obstruction of material power or the veils of intellectual jahiliyyah, their very nature will incline towards it. For Islam alone achieves the perfect balance between all the aims sought by religions before it, between all the inclinations and aspirations inherent in human nature. It ensures absolute equality and complete mutual responsibility among all, striving for the realization of human unity both in worldview and in practical system. The foundation of the Islamic system upon these two principles has profoundly shaped its structure and direction, ensuring that in all its legislations, policies and governance, it does not legislate for one race or one era alone, but rather for all races and all generations. It thus adheres to universal human principles in all its laws and systems, laying down broad foundational rules and wide-ranging principles while leaving room for adaptations in application according to the evolving needs of time. This orientation towards comprehensive principles is manifest in Islamic governance, which we now turn to examine in detail. The theory of governance in Islam. The Islamic theory of governance is grounded upon the testimony that there is no God but God. Once this testimony is affirmed, it necessarily follows that sovereignty in human affairs belongs to God alone. God exercises this sovereignty in the lives of human beings in two ways. First, through his universal will and decree, which governs all existence, and second, through the organization of human affairs, rights, duties, relationships, and interactions by means of his revealed law and guidance. In the Islamic system, no one shares sovereignty with God, not in his will and decree, nor in his law and guidance. To claim such a share is to commit shirk, associating partners with God, or outright kufr, disbelief. On this basis, human beings cannot devise their own systems of governance, laws and regulations independently. For doing so would amount to rejecting God's sovereignty and usurping divine attributes, an act that constitutes clear disbelief. This fundamental distinction sets the Islamic system apart from all human-made systems, whether in governance or in the social order as a whole. This is why it is unfitting to conflate Islam with these systems, even in terminology. The foundations of governance in Islam. Having established the principle of divine sovereignty, the political system in Islam is built upon three essential pillars. 1. Justice from the rulers. 2. Obedience from the governed. 3. Consultation, shura, between ruler and ruled. From these foundational lines branch all the other aspects that shape the nature and form of Islamic governance. 4. Justice from the rulers. Indeed, God commands justice. Quran 1690. And when you judge between people, judge with justice. Quran 458. And when you speak, be just, even if it concerns a near relative. Quran 6, 152. And let not hatred of a people prevent you from being just. Be just, for that is nearer to righteousness. Quran 5, 8. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, the most beloved of people to God on the day of judgment and the closest to him in station will be a just ruler. And the most despised of people to God on the day of judgment and the one who will suffer the severest punishment will be an unjust ruler. This is absolute justice, untainted by love or hatred, unaffected by kinship or enmity. It is justice that recognizes no distinction between individuals based on lineage, wealth, or status. It is a justice that extends even to those who are estranged from Muslims, ensuring fairness regardless of religious or national differences. No international or domestic law in existence today, nor any legal system in history, has ever attained this level of justice. Those who question this should examine the justice of the powerful versus the weak among nations, the justice of warring factions towards one another. Let them reflect on the justice of white Americans towards the red and black races, the justice of whites towards people of color in South Africa, the justice of communists, pagans and Christians towards Muslims in Russia, China, Yugoslavia, India and Ethiopia. A mere reference suffices, for these are contemporary realities known to all. The distinguishing feature of Islamic justice is not that it exists merely as a theoretical ideal, but that it has been realized in history with numerous examples recorded in the annals of time. These shall be explored in their appropriate place, as our present concern is with presenting the principles of Islam as they are expressed in its revealed texts. 5. Obedience from the governed. O you who believe, obey God and obey the Messenger and those in authority among you. Quran 4:59. The inclusion of those in authority alongside God and his Messenger in this verse indicates the nature of this obedience and its limits. The obedience owed to rulers stems from their submission to God's sovereignty and their adherence to his law. A ruler is not obeyed for his own sake, but because he upholds the authority of God and implements his guidance. If he deviates from this, his right to obedience is forfeited. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, a Muslim must listen and obey, whether he likes it or dislikes it, unless he is commanded to commit sin. If he is commanded to commit sin, then there is no listening and no obedience. And he also said, listen and obey, even if a slave with a raisin-like head is appointed over you, so long as he upholds the book of God among you. It is evident from this hadith that obedience and allegiance are conditioned upon the upholding of the book of God, the Most High. It is not a blind, unconditional submission to the ruler's commands, nor is it an allegiance that remains valid even if he were to abandon the divine law of God and his messenger. One must distinguish between a ruler implementing the religious law and a ruler deriving his authority from a supposed divine status of his own person. A ruler in Islam does not possess religious authority granted directly from the heavens, as was the case with certain rulers in the past under what was known as the theocratic system of governance. Rather, he attains his position through the free and uncoerced choice of the Muslim community, bound neither by the pledge of a preceding ruler nor by hereditary succession within a particular family. He derives his legitimacy solely from his adherence to the implementation of God's law, not from any claim to independent legislative authority of his own. If the Muslims do not accept him, he has no governance, and if, having once been accepted, he later abandons the divine law, he has no claim to obedience. Herein lies the wisdom behind the Prophet's peace and blessings be upon him deliberate decision not to appoint a successor after him, lest such an appointment be interpreted as bestowing upon that successor a divine authority derived from the Prophet's designation. Islam does not recognize an institutionalized clergy akin to the ecclesiastical hierarchy of the Christian Church. Islamic governance is not the dominion of a specific religious class. Rather, it is any system of rule in which the divine law is upheld not as a personal prerogative of the ruler, but as an acknowledgement that sovereignty belongs to God alone, and that the ruler's sole function is to implement his law. If theocracy in any faith or sect implies that governance is reserved for a specific religious elite, then such a concept is utterly foreign to Islam. There is no basis for assuming that governance in Islam requires anything beyond the execution of divine law, after affirming the absolute sovereignty of God. Any system of rule that is established upon the foundation of God's sole sovereignty, and in which divine law is implemented, is an Islamic form of governance. Conversely, any system that does not recognize God's exclusive authority and does not implement his law cannot be considered legitimate in Islam, regardless of whether it is led by a religious body or carries an Islamic title. The obedience of the governed is contingent solely upon the ruler's acknowledgement that sovereignty belongs to God alone, and upon his faithful execution of divine law without any other condition except justice in governance and obedience to God. Consult with them in affairs. Quran 3, 159. And their affairs are conducted by mutual consultation among them. Quran 42:38. Consultation, shura, is one of the fundamental principles of life in Islam, extending far beyond the domain of governance. It is the foundation of the Muslim community's existence, as affirmed by these verses. However, Islam does not prescribe a rigid system for its implementation, leaving its application to be shaped by circumstances and requirements. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, practiced consultation in matters where no divine revelation had been sent, and he would follow the counsel of his companions in worldly matters wherein they possessed greater expertise. This was evident during the Battle of Badr, when he heeded their advice and camped by the wells of Badr after initially halting at a different location. He also accepted their counsel in digging the trench during the Battle of the Trench. In matters of war captives, he followed their opinion, even when it conflicted with that of Umar, until divine revelation later affirmed Umar's stance. However, in cases where divine revelation had been given, consultation was not applicable by its very nature, as revelation constitutes a binding decree of faith. The rightly guided caliphs followed this tradition of consultation. Abu Bakr sought counsel regarding those who withheld zakat, and ultimately decided to fight them, despite Umar's initial opposition, until Umar's heart was open to Abu Bakr's firm resolve, and he yielded to his judgment. Abu Bakr also sought the advice of the people of Mecca concerning the conquest of Syria, despite Umar's reservations. Similarly, Umar consulted regarding whether to enter a land afflicted by plague, ultimately deciding against it based on the prevailing counsel. Thus, consultation was not bound by a rigid, predetermined structure. Rather, the prevailing realities of each era naturally determined the people of counsel. The general principle remains open to varying forms of governance and methods, as Islam suffices with affirming the fundamental principle. The Islamic movement in each era naturally identifies the people of counsel, those distinguished by their sacrifices, precedence and wisdom, without the artificial constraints imposed by man-made systems. The ruler, therefore, has no additional privileges beyond the obedience due to his legitimate commands, the offering of sincere counsel, and assistance in upholding the divine law. Even though the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was not merely a ruler but the very source of divine law, he nonetheless established clear limits to a ruler's authority within what Islam permits. His successors followed this precedent, as will be seen in historical accounts. The Prophet himself submitted to justice, allowing retribution to be exacted from him unless the claimant chose to pardon him. Once a creditor spoke harshly to him, provoking the anger of the companions, yet the Prophet signalled them to leave the man alone, recognizing his right to speak firmly in pursuit of his due. He also declared, "Nothing is permissible for me from your spoils except the fifth, and even that fifth is returned to you." To his own kin he proclaimed, "O people of Quraysh, purchase your souls. I can avail you nothing against God. O Banu Abd Manaf, I can avail you nothing against God. O Abbas, son of Abd al-Muttalib, I can avail you nothing against God. O Safiya, aunt of the Messenger of God, I can avail you nothing against God. O Fatima, daughter of Muhammad, ask of me whatever you will from my wealth, but I can avail you nothing against God." To Ali and Fatima, whom he held dearest, he said, "Shall I give to you while leaving the people of the Sufa, the poorest among the companions, their bellies empty from hunger?" And again, "If Fatima, daughter of Muhammad, were to steal, I would cut off her hand." Thus the ruler has no special privileges regarding punishments or wealth, nor do his family members hold any rights exceeding those of ordinary Muslims. He has no authority to infringe upon the lives, bodies, sanctities, or properties of the people. His role is confined to executing divine law and upholding the prescribed ordinances. Beyond this, his authority ceases, and the people are safeguarded from his power, protected in their lives, bodies, dignity, and wealth. Islam has enshrined this protection in unequivocal and universal commands, leaving no room for doubt in its determination to guarantee security, peace, and dignity for all. O you who believe, do not enter houses other than your own until you seek permission and greet their inhabitants. Quran 24:27. And do not spy on one another. Quran 49:12. The entire being of a Muslim, his blood, his honor, and his wealth, is inviolable to another Muslim. Hadith. A life for a life, and wounds are requited in kind. Quran 5:45. While Islam restricts the ruler's personal power, it grants him the broadest authority in managing the public welfare of the community, matters for which no specific texts exist, and which evolve with time and circumstances. The general rule is that a Muslim leader, so long as he upholds divine law, is entitled to enact rulings in response to emerging challenges in accordance with God's decree. And he has not placed upon you any hardship in religion. Quran 22:78.